every aspect of those relations. Teaching for her means producing the conditions through which those participating in them can learn to feel a concrete sense of authority about what they feel and know, even while grasping an excitement about what they are learning. Danai is a 220 Atlantic Fellow for Racial Equality. Danai Mupotsa, welcome to Rings, our 8th as keynote.
Like Musa. Hello, everybody. For my morning, just waiting for my slide. It's coming. Okay, I'll start. Morning, everybody. I hope we slept well, or if you didn't sleep well, at least that it was worthwhile what you were doing. I somehow ended up on page 5. So give me a second. Also, while waiting for the slides to go up. Okay, the dirge. So first of all, I want to thank the Rings Committee and Divya especially for inviting me to speak here. Especially also to thank Divya and Beth because you were so patient with me. I had a bit of a trying year, and what suffered most is communication. So I'll be like, oh, I'll get that to you in 2 weeks. And it'll be like 6 months later. So I really appreciate your grace. It's noted and it's also appreciated. The slowness is also something that's symptomatic of not only just kind of a response to survival, but also a kind of slowness that I think, well, you hear people talking about slow thinking, slow academic work, etc. It's become a kind of a tuning. Do we do it so that we don't see the slide coming? Sorry, my inner Virgo is like, okay. So slowness is something that comes in the way of swelling. It's a word I've been using, and a drive to research. And I was listening to the panel speaking yesterday, the first one, this kind of poetry of the swollenness. Again, I keep hearing it, particularly on the terms of what research is. Invoked, for instance, in my beloved teacher, Elaine Salo, whose presence I've been quite overwhelmed with the last 2 days for reasons that she knows. But also I was thinking of Zora Neale Hurston's kind of approach, a kind of singing approach, curiosity that begins inside the gut in the daily life, in the quest not only to engage with representational forms rooted in the positions that my body moves and shifts through, but the sense that those processes bear the fruits for my liberation and the liberation of my people. People's multiple. Begins in the gut. Something feels wrong, and I want to figure out the language to put or pull those strings apart, sometimes not fully apart, just to gently unravel what I can and to leave some parts cushioned in my hands. And perhaps understanding in this way comes to bear its own language that overbears, and not the kind of overbearing language I mean, that you pull the string so fully apart that it's too easy to digest, which is often what the mode of translation demanded us asks us to do. So this is an understanding that stays uneasy. I was asked how ready recently by a friend, I'm prepared I am for this. Despite many months postponing a title, and I said, let's see how it goes and how it feels closer to the time. And the sense of perhaps being too relaxed as a posture is not a lack of care or preparation, but again, it's this swollenness, that thing I keep saying, and again, not to make digestible, but I think it's starting to show up. I was reflecting at breakfast this morning, for example, my own embodiment. I was born with swollen legs. In this sense, much like what we carry in our stomach, or who we carry in our stomach, often understood as a kind of heavy weight for those who see in spirit, perhaps is also a different way to think about what the flesh can digest. It's not the desire for representation or even to be heard by whom. but perhaps a different set of questions. This is the burden that is not burden, a swollenness of breaking generational curses, the demand for language that is passionate, that is sensuous, that is somatic, embodied and not tied, the sad. I don't know how to pretend you're not there. Okay. Of people who have forgotten that liveness across the various thresholds of liveness, of animacy. And that is not the bios, and it's perhaps not even the Zoe. It's a different threshold of animacy and a different threshold of intimacy. So I'm going to weave in and out of things, and I'll explain why, things that are in process or published because of this swollen. And last year I was writing, both of my parents were very ill in the previous year. The borders were closed and it felt helpless. And I felt quite helpless, not skilled in crisis. I remember then talking to my sister about how they're both very good at crisis. They act and they offer care that's quite practical, so to speak. And then she reminds me, of course, that this has been my character. And it reminds me of when I was 12. Both of my sisters are younger than me, and our father had a car accident, and he's arriving. My dad's also quite emotional and dramatic. He arrives covered in blood, and he's like, "I just wanted to see my family again. I love you." And so my sister, is compressing the blood. My mom is running around giving instructions. I don't know where the other one was, but I just cried to the point where I passed out. So that was not very helpful. And she says, "Well, this is how you respond in crisis. We all react differently." And I was holding at that time this feeling of uselessness. At the time when I wrote this, my mother was then in ICU. She had been several times. And I was thinking about breath. It was midst of COVID. What does it mean to breathe relief at any given moment? And of course, then also my uncle Peter, my father's brother, passed as I was processing that reflection. And of course, actually, I wrote this right before I had my brain surgery. So there was lots of breathing things. But then I reflect on something I think I've written before about when my paternal grandfather died and what this threshold of animacy may imply. It says the phone call arrived at night. The girl was writing or playing, with her sisters. Maybe I was writing, I was playing. When suddenly she felt the world turn over her head. She picked up the phone even while her mother yelled for her to let an adult answer. On the other end, she heard her father weeping. There was a deep despairing spoken between them. Grandfather had died. The girl wept for her father, this kind boy, the world always sweeping his childhood from under him. And that night when the girl finally stopped weeping and fell into the dreamland, grandfather arrived by her bedside. He sat with her and told her stories about his journey. From then on, the girl would always mourn for him, for her father, whose heart seemed from this point to be too broken. Her grandfather climbed into her stomach, where he mourns for his kindest son. I have never recovered. I come here, this is not me, this is Trinman. She walks into the nightfall, listening to her footsteps slowing down. When language recedes, a blue of the bluest light flares up on the shores of nothingness. Quietly, she takes in the rhythm of the land. A river gently babbles close by, drawing her into its cleansing flow. So for most of my childhood, I've been crippled by the idea that my parents would pass away. And this is a kind of breathing of an imminence of it, an anticipatory grief that I think has been much of many people's sense of proximity to liveness, a form of life completely saturated with anticipatory loss. But it's also a capacity for liveness, a threshold of recovery, a threshold of life and death, as a particular space for thinking, feeling, sensing, and perceiving the world. Animacy, thresholds between to animate the animus, and what we find as kind of set of significations of the material, the passionate, the liveness, a quickened breath even. So many of our intimacies are rooted in this socio-historical, juridical sense of to come to be alive in a threshold, which is what my friend, my beloved Harry Garuba would also offer in a sense of animist materialism. where we're completely or continuously re-enchanted by the world. So I'm trying to get to the point where we begin the dirge. We're still getting there, which I was hoping to share the first chapter of the book that is in process. And my reluctance so far to do the book, Dimpo, when you said to me, I can't see who you were like, oh, I just read White Weddings, and I was like, cringed eye. Part of it is also rationalizing, processing the kind of expectations that publishers have, who they anticipate as their audience, what they even perceive as good. Often the good is about, we learn to eat ourselves because we're always anticipating things that allow us also to even numb ourselves. And in particular, my response or my reaction was to the field of practice called area studies. Its demands to contain and then to make causal assumptions and relations based on loosely defined sociological and geographical categories for why this then does this, then does this. That makes no sense to me. Area studies has its own baggage, as a longer conversation, but it became a kind of structural force, much like disciplines that have been disabling. The epigraph that I will share from this opening chapter comes from the preface of Witchcraft, an essay by Bessie Head, another person who's part of my swollenness. And she says, I like a repetition of events, the weather, the sunrise, going to the same spot every day, depending on whether that spot is hallowed ground. I am most unhappy in unholy places. So while knowing my ideal and the simplicity of my needs, I have continually lived with a shattering sense of anxiety that human beings are unfortunately set down in unholy places. And Southern Africa may be the unholiest place on earth. I've always wanted more than national borders. And it's not just my, cute digestion or the ways I've processed family, nation, culture, and also a preoccupation with the law of the father, capital L, and also small l, from the Dutch East India Company to the very person in my life, central to my digestion. A polyvocal self, the many eyes, of course, including Bessie Head, but also my grandmother, Hilda. Hilda, I have written one. My grandmother is a woman who I've never met. She haunts, her body seated next to me at night, hand pressing against my face in my sleep. She brings the gifts of the water, begs me to jump into that pool. She rests in its depths, dreams the day I will join her. 2, you gave me the tools to piece myself back together. And 3, I still feel your breath when I dream of walking past all of your flowers. To be swollen as I come to sit with the sense of the dirge, the elegy, prayer, breath, for so long that it seeps out of my skin, the flesh can no longer contain it. So I postponed until this last year writing. Mind, body, spirit were not interested in kind of me folding myself into piece, into something that looks almost unrecognizable, chopping myself to pieces, because I'm being asked to project into the world the experiences of Black women, of Black femmes, of African women, to become usable under the guise of what is universal and what is so-called particular. My spirit says no. But of course, what's also happening, instead of me sharing the chapter, is that I'm also being led, as I sat this morning listening to a playlist I won't share. He will judge me. Is that I keep piecing bits of writing, as I've said, because it felt necessary to think about what that digestion has been, or the swollen or singing. For instance, family, nation, cultural practice. If anyone has read the things I used to write in the early 2000s, this was seriously a preoccupation. And the tools that I've had to do this have been so slippery, and not in the good, fun ways, but like in the ways that are just simply not that useful. And this is actually then the exercise of the book is this, it's not even objections, it is simply a new, not new, because I don't like newness. You're like, I did something new, or you did this and I'm better than you. Two ways of thinking that don't work for me. Also talking about form and why I had to figure out how I want to write. It doesn't make me feel like the critical value has been established by destroying someone else's observations. I've got other things to do. What also then shows up for me is then thinking through the maternal and not simply from a biologically determined premise or way, but in fact thinking the blood, the flesh, the kin, the conditions of kinship that are felt in the form of the flesh, not only in terms of sometimes biologically reproducing, but also that kin and kinship, which has been also so central to my work, is often understood as the pre-political condition prior to the political conditions, so-called the law itself, where the state and other kind of juridical, economic, spiritual even functions operate, are formalized, are the process by which one enters intimate maternity, which is where I'll go. And the maternal has hovered. But when my mother passed, and I was struggling to write her eulogy because people don't know how to act, then again, this dirge takes on a new form. And it was then this thing of me trying to piece together the language for different senses or sensibilities of a eulogy, whether it's a series of poems, or essays, narrative spectral forms that can intervene almost for the soul's communication or even her survival. So when my mother died on the 2nd of February this year, then it was Mother that actually was initially the title of this talk, because like many of us probably have been feeling, the soulness of grief has been a territory and a temporality of liveness for so much of our time. And I also used to wonder, of course, the thresholds of the wedding and the funeral, the dirge itself, that can preoccupy so much of the time space of how a life is organized or placed into normative space or value. Go to school, get a job, attach yourself to another human being, make children, and then you die. Anticipatory grief, a breathing grief. And I go back to Trinman Ha. She's on her way. To me? To you? Sorry. Now I'm ruining Trinman Ha's coaching. But it was going to be smooth. Okay, here we go. And I can press play. Yeah, already she's on her way. No, not the routine march of the two lights or an ending and a beginning binary, but the slower return to primal matter through the very light of transition. Okay. Should you play for me since I'm, yeah? Oh, I can just press. First at the sign when he cancels them. Next. Yes. I could see where the machine is. What am I pointing to? Yeah. We're good. Okay. All right. So the dirge, a frame, my first encounter, I remember a few years ago, I've been very obsessed with Nchaweni film Elelwani. And I was talking about it some years ago at a conference, and Anzetima Tibeni was there, and she's like, I can't stand how much you're obsessed with this film. I think you're building a lot from it that it doesn't offer you, but you can't decide who your lovers are sometimes. So that was a scene from Nchaweni Wadururi's film, Elelwani. And the dirge is this very long wedding scene where the protagonist crosses various thresholds, performing a liminal phase, as often it's been understood. One that could offer, oh, I was still there, but all right. That could offer is filled with narrative disruptions and refusals for closure that mirror the film's attempt to decenter an easy sense of the attachment to democracy with individual freedom and provisional points of entry into intimate modernity. The scene is soundscaped by Zimwawana's dirge as she moves from one position to another, laying on the mat, on the ground under the veil, her body organized around multiple territorial and temporal wishes. Her body organized around this oral performative visual elegy as the madman, Majrada repeats, we are exterminated. As Elelwani's father calls out her clan names, this dirge a song of sorrow, the marriage a threshold of life and death, where neither operate as an oppositional status against each other, circular, recitative process, half-spoken and half-sung, the music of a life cycle. The film's co-producer, Jyoti Maestri, views the film as working in the mode of translation, framing the narrative, conceptual, and temporal territory of the film, Venda, as a rich cultural landscape and community informed by a long tradition of royal lineage and a vibrant history woven with incredible legends of sacred forests and lakes, in the quote. The translation is one related to the visual, oral, and oral translation of the original novel by Titus Maumela, even while both the novel and film were written entirely in Tshivenda. This translation of the life, worlds, and cosmological structure of the language conscripted to the assumption that language is culture, key to the making of a white South Africa, a white Southern Africa, or Rhodes' journey upwards, we can go further, and the homelands intended as surplus labor pools and repositories of tradition. This translation mediating the oral and the written by a mission-educated cultural organizer and teacher in negotiating the tensions of the past and the present, while in the process of inventing tradition becomes laden with didactic orientations and complex and often contradictory deployments of tradition and modernity. The film's narrative arc rests on the place of women where democracy, and perhaps temporally located in the space-time of modernity, and also lots of presumptions about the sovereign self, propriety, as I kept saying yesterday, where the category of freedom is articulated in the sovereign or ontological subject, who is placed under strain by what Elizabeth Pavanelli offers in juxtaposition with a genealogical society. Or we can stay here, it's fine. Elelwani was Maumela's first novel and carries all three challenges in content, narrative, style, and tone. More specifically, thinking about the place of women in relation to the three challenges that remain a preoccupation of Maumela's work, but also many people. But in this work, for example, 1957, he publishes a play, writes a play rather, Tsililo, which carries similar preoccupations to address concerns related to social change and customary marriage. In Mamela's work, we see the drama unfold between relations between adults and children who highlight a tension between the past and the present, and the crisis of how young people are oppressed is played out in a binary between Christianity, tradition, custom, and these different cosmological, linguistic, temporal forms that again begin this threshold or sexual comments, as I'll mention later. Various territorial operations in play, for instance, what the rule is, topographical and topological bundles say. Assemblage is perhaps too cogent. This invention attachment, like tradition, often connected to national projects, and has this doubled thrust, both in the ways that the progressive and modern claims of the family are made through the metaphors, ideographs, and drives towards juxtapolitical origin stories, myths that even require sexuated positioning, situated and sexuated. We see as Elelwani moves through different transpositions across no singular threshold, even while the gate comes to be the space where something is intended. So there are sexual divisions in space, labor, and power in play. The mirror or multiple mirror stages where she stands with her mother prior to her entry towards that threshold, again juxtaposes the autological, liberal, individual subject, split in three mirrors, three concurrent mirror stages, a multiplied self, reconfiguring implied in this tripling of the Oedipal hex. Of course, for many viewers, this juxtaposition between fairy tale and rural landscape that produces a discomforting demand or desire for something empirically possible or even true. It's a kind of set of aesthetic choices that often operate within certain categories of cinema. For instance, what Mandia Diawara calls return to the source, particularly in the use of oral tradition and idioms. And yet it is not this. The entire story happens like a dream, and it's difficult to place the film alongside other recent similar kinds of films where a romantic plot is tracked or traced with a strong female protagonist who then becomes a substantive part of the film's transformation, or how tradition, freedom, sovereignty, and the category of becoming woman are juxtaposed or placed in relation to each other. Okay, now we can press play.
Ke batla go tlatsa tsohle tse magareng ga mafatla ke tjene serati se bodile nyoko e phunyegile.
He loves me now. He loves me. 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 He loves me. He loves me now. He loves me now. He loves me now. He loves me. loves me. He loves me. He loves me. He loves me not. He loves me. He loves me not. He loves me. He loves me. He loves me.
You can.
He loves me. He loves.
So this is Malana, a 2020 production of artist, art maker Mutloki Nono, who often works quite intuitively. When I first saw this, and then I'm like, I'm going to write about this. I need to talk to you about this. And then we're talking. We haven't finished our conversation, but the singing in the background is her mother singing that hymn. In a recent, not so recent actually, interview with Creative Field, she says, I grew up in my grandmother's home, Arsi. This was a white Greek house that was rather peculiarly fitting in the township of Mabopane, Pretoria. She had two paintings that hung on the glossy cream white walls that were we were banned from touching with our little dirty hands. My favorite of these was an abstract painting of three women wearing dukes by Nico Poko. Curated around the house, there were also several ornaments that accentuated the home, particularly the living room, lounge, and kitchen. It was a rather well-decorated house with beautiful organic arches, yellow stained glass doors with wooden frames, concrete floors, an elevated stoop with a bush by its side growing these small blue flowers that always clung to your clothes, unbearable heat, and the stickiness of mangoes. I can definitely trace my first engagements with art back to my childhood there. So when I first saw this, I recently curated an exhibition titled Practices of Repair with my dear beloved co-curator Nadia Patel. And Nadia had shared this with me. We were watching over a Zoom about what choices we'd make to include in the exhibition, and we watched probably until the point where we stopped, because then she could see me get quite emotional. I started to cry. I was quite affected by it in particular ways, because this grappling with Black women's continuous belated entry into modernity, which I've felt engaged, been preoccupied with for a long time. I remember actually when this memory came up a few weeks ago, when I first presented my PhD proposal, and I was watching all this kind of work on Black women and white weddings, or African people's entry into white weddings, done by historians, ironically, because that's technically your job, is to be personally located as much as you locate other things in their time. But these kinds of claims to be like, well, this is a whitening process. To have a white wedding as a Black person is a whitening process. And I'm like, that's very strange, because that process of ritual is precisely at the interface of not a range of intimacies across continents, in fact, led by the Dutch East India Company and other colonial capitalist companies, not nations, although we want to act as though the corporate, the neoliberal, is somehow innocent when it is the foundation, that moved people, objects, and things, and created the conditions not only for racial capital to produce several things, the domestic revolution, the consumer revolution, but also redistributing forms of labor that create people called women and people called men in our present. That system of circulation of objects and consumer selves, notions of freedom and sovereignty attached to it. For example, the object of these gloves. What I love in the video is when she cleans the chicken. If anyone's cleaned a chicken before, you take out my tumbu. She doesn't take out the open and clean them. She takes out the bile sac and opens that up, which for some reason that made me cry, but just to share if you know what that means. He loves me not, she says. But the gloves themselves, if you read anything kind of in scholarship on weddings, the gloves meant to signify this kind of way to remind oneself one is not an animal. Again, the threshold to kinship, the movement to nature, to culture, embedded in the notion of language, where language then becomes culture, and the sociological and anthropological, I guess, accruement, attainment, arrivals. This claim that this is a whiting process for me was always confusing, precisely because the modes of labor that make the object circulate and come to bear such meaning, the book, the glove, a lot of the gifts, if we work with kind of a Marxist logic, that then we carry and have attachments to, are not only produced in a concurrence of these four continents, but also produce whiteness as a particular kind of accumulation of property and propriety. It is not true or natural. You have to work really hard to accrue whiteness, even for people who are so-called phenotypically so. So the kind of absence of a positioning of that property of whiteness means that you can say things like, I read these archives for years and look at these Black people becoming white, without realizing your whiteness is not natural or true. And I remember this proposal, looking at, it's also this misreading when one is monolingual, at least in their orientation, in their sight, when they would, reading these like announcements from early Black press newspapers. And it's very clear there's multiple rituals in play if you can understand it. But if you don't speak the language, all you see is Black people having white weddings, and you're like, they like to have tea. I'm like, since when is tea whiteness? Oh, it's tea in the sense of stealing it from other people, but it is certainly not. And so I have this moment when I'm trying to figure out, how do I conjure the sense of engaging historical time and the sense of property that gets attached to certain kinds of conditions and then become attachments, no matter what maneuvers. You've heard this thing where you talk about Black women and suddenly only options as it relates to power is agency. I don't use the word agency because it doesn't mean anything, which is why we lead to the title of my book, which is now Sovereignty and Freedom. Going back to Elelwani and going back to this incapacity to deal with the multiple positions, locations, and the priority offered to the single sovereign subject, which is apparently freedom. Maestri says, precisely because Elelwani is educated and seems to be making choices outside the gamut of her immediate realities, their immediate realities, there being Venda, as women living in the rural community, she's not really representative of the realities in which they live. And even though she might have been a Venda girl from a rural village long ago, her education and access distinguish her from other women in the community. Of course, this seems obvious, given that the character returns to her family after successfully completing her tertiary education. Her life is informed by different ambitions and with clear self-determination. But the film narrative is also representative of the community and reveals the plight of women and their understanding of their situation as being without agency. Some of these tensions are with obstacles and choices that foreground the differing experiences of what it means to be emancipated, as well as what the reach of self-determinism and ambition might constitute. Turning to Gayatri Spivak's, Can the Subaltern Speak? She continues, the potential embodied in the character Elelwani is this bifurcated relationship, which must at once recognize that these women, the rural women in Limpopo, have not been part of a productive labor system, and also that in order for Elelwani to become an agent in building the infrastructure, she's also a heterogeneous subject produced from a post-colonial condition, who will be required in some way to enable a relationship for the local rural women to the state as a metonym, a synecdoche, and create a new possibility as suggested at the end of the film. I think we can move to the next. I move fast. So when Elelwani returns home, she learns of the king's request to marry her and then approaches these two uncles sent as emissaries to appeal her case to them because she's been offered a prestigious scholarship that she feels obliged to pursue. This is not the scene. Here, the uncles sat and ate the whole family's meat. Every chicken was eaten and they eventually eat the goat. So they're just sitting here eating the flesh. But in an earlier scene, she has this conversation and they say, Princess Elelwani, this man, Mr. Maliga, America, because she's wanting to go to America, where she has scholarship. Mr. Maliga, who gave you this basa basa, after he's educated you, what does he want in return? This Mr. Malika, does he want to marry you? America is not a person, it's a country, she responds. Does it have a king? They ask her. Something like that. President, like Nelson Mandela. I read this kind of ritual as one where women, again, are entering this process of becoming historical subjects through the transpositions if one crosses the threshold, rite, ritual, to the subject woman with a capital W. Woman is a particular failed historicity of the status of human, promised in the figure, for instance, of becoming bride, one who never quite arrives there. This draws back again to the question of the circular, the Oedipal hex, as it's articulated by Gail Rubin on the traffic in women, where a sex gender system foundationally operates through these kinship formations, gifting, giving, receiving, exchanging, circulation, and forms of reciprocity, transaction even, from where we wish to be or become properly human. And the gifting of women then in this case establishes reciprocity. It also establishes kinship. And of course, juxtaposed often is then what is intimate modernity, as though there again a bifurcation of time and place. And so the accumulative processes by which Black women, Black femmes, Black queers marry have attached to them this kind of multiplying of rituals read as different, forced into a bifurcated Manichaean either or, despite the contested networks and codings between them as part of the ways we inhabit ourselves, and attached in specific ways to what it means to be proper, what counts as proper, even including, as I've written elsewhere, what is proper sex. Rather than a continuum of symbolic, material, psychohistorical, and temporal entry, and often then constructed as belated, continuous, multiple entry into this intimate modernity, outside perhaps of the fantasies of self-making and self-sovereignty, where in principle, the value of individual freedom, one associated with the Enlightenment, one established in contractual constitutional democracy and capitalism, as necessarily juxtaposed against a genealogical society, its practices, and its forms of inheritance. The intimate event, as opposed to intimacy, simply the way in which the event of normative love is formed at the intersection and crisis of the speaking subject and their kinship ties. What does it mean then to occupy those positions? This is the intimate event, within what I've then elsewhere called conjugality, in my escape from the use of particular categories of the individual person. This is the new customary. Before I move to the next part, I guess we can move to socio-ethnopoetics. The new customary becomes this kind of field that is arriving. The new customary can be the multiple forms of legal. So we have the law, capital L, the law that is implied, that is social, that is sometimes extra legal. So if the new customary can simply be when you know someone asks you for a Coke, you know that it means something because you understand the vernacular of that law and how it's coded. The other way I'd want to think about it, leading to a kind of socio-ethnopoetics, put in a question mark by Sylvia Winter. Maybe also thinking about, again, what is conjured as gender, as not simply making identitarian categories where everything then becomes a set of identitarian categories that come to intersect, but rather, as I said, a field of sexuality, what Tunji Osinubi refers to as the sexual commons. The sexual commons, he uses the scenes in Things Fall Apart. He does this amazing thing that people in African literature, all the uncles were not ready, shame. They were never ready for someone to take Things Fall Apart and be like, here is the queer customary. The sexual commons for him, he notes every time in Things Fall Apart, when crisis is happening around gender and sexuality, someone says, or contestations actually between Black men and white men in particular, so people start using the word buttocks. Of course, buttocks is a sexual organ that all of us have. And he's like this moment of crisis about proper gender and proper sex, and the fear also of penetration across gendered positions as an instantiation of racialized power, then comes to actually operate as establishing a sexual commons that is about a set of relations rather than the individual who accrues an individual identity. That means that then, as a field of practice, all negotiations that encircle and never sit or approximate a stable condition or relation, even to the self, operate within the psychic, libidinal, material, and animist occupation. And then this is the question also of the socio, the ethnopoetics. My reluctance in both cases, for instance, in now thinking through African women, Black femme, Black woman, as a sociological and anthropological category sits here. So I want to read portions of Winter's 1976 essay, where she says, the main argument of my talk, it was a talk-made essay, hinges on the assertion, probably also a keynote at some point, throw that away, that ethnopoetics can only have validity if it is explored in the context of socio-poetics, where the socio firmly places the ethnos in its concrete historical particularity. Already in this conference, she says, George I'm making other people's names, Kwasha, sorry, I don't know where he's from, has seen the need to give us in his paper, The Age of the Open Secret, a definition of the term ethnopoetics. He tells us, at root, ethnopoetics has to do with the essentially local incidents of poesis, or acts of making. The word ethno derives from Indo-European, which the American Heritage Dictionary lists as people, our people, we ourselves, of our kind, and it lives on in the world, in the word self, in the reflexive pronouns of French and Spanish. So ethnopoetics is rooted in self-poetics, our kind of poetics, which by an inevitable extension of poesis becomes that activity which has gradually become conscious itself since the Romantics, self-making. What does ethno do? That question translates as, what does any local band of people living together do in their poetry? The answer, they say themselves. They say who they are. They speak their name in what they do. How many names of people mean simply the people? They heal themselves and keep themselves whole. They know who they are. Winter returns, she says, but who are we? We who are gathered here can be labeled as people who come from the first world, people who come from the third world. Although these terms have been much abused, they serve an operative function. They serve to define a relation between a we and an other. This takes us to the second dialectical meaning of ethno, the meaning which is most pervasive, since it is a meaning based on a concrete family. I don't have it here, but I want to put this in. When I wrote conjugality as a kind of escape from, in particular, watching a lot of the work I was literally being read as claims on empirical truths. When I'm like, and I, again, because I stand to this, that there's always this gap, reparative, non-reparative, between experience and its representation. And it's perhaps not enough to say there are diversity of positions and locations. And yet, of course, a Black feminist standpoint is also a critical positioning to speak from, to gather that gap. But conjugality was an escape, because even when I was holding bride or Black woman, the hope for a sociological and an anthropological subject who can then be known prior. And then my argument, I guess, against is that once we hold the category, then there is an assumptive logic that the person is known prior. I've heard someone say, oh, I work on research with Black women in the township. You don't even need to finish anything. You've done the research, tick. You're relevant, feminist, good, well done, good job. You did nothing. Because there's a prior knownness of the subject, which also specifically relies on the denial of them having an interior life to begin with. No less that what is known or sensed, or the capacity to, it's eaten up, it's digested too easily, because there's an assumption of our accessibility, which is probably why there's so much money to study us. Not only so much money to study us, but also that we must always have a problem to be fixed. How does it feel to be a problem, as Du Bois has said? So conjugality becomes the set of conditions that is difficult to digest. In fact, a lot of what I write is difficult to digest. You must chew on it. I'm also chewing, we can chew together. And it's not because I like to be clever, even though I am. It's not because I like to be poetic, even though I am. It's embedded in particular in the reparative, non-reparative. I just want to borrow actually some of the theses that in a discussion on power, Bradley and Ferreira, Denise Ferreira da Silva, offer these kind of tools in the sensibilities. The first one is infinity, referring to the totalizing effects of modernity's horizon. I think we can maybe move to the next one. An aesthetic conceit. This is outlined in the presentation of the universal status of man, capital M, consolidated in post-Enlightenment European thought, and as a totalizing effect of not only expropriation, appropriation, and displacement, but also retains its status as the position from which aesthetic experience and judgment claims to reside. To this end, efforts by various practitioners, whether they have global circulation or not, and even in their appearance within the spatial location of the city itself, inhabiting its locations, vernaculars, and practices insofar as this relates to the provisional possibilities of representation, continue to have an imminence in reconstituting a belatedness that is the force of being blackened. What is productive in Ferreira's work overall is her insistence in shifting from the terms of post-structuralism, which not only make all things figurative, but allow the conditions by and through which we account for experience and the gaps between its representation in forms that do not separate object-subject, central to Black and African aesthetic, ritual, performance, and artifact practice. Become subject to the theoretical views, orientations that reduce their cosmological, temporal, and ontological statuses to the authority of its viewer, who is authoritatively constructed through the lens of man, capital M. This is the work of theory, transcendental, universal, mastery itself. So the attention to the material force of what can often then become a ritual, an elegy, a dirge, jazz, loss, a lexicon of violence and the principle of infinity is instead categorically not how we expand representation to reflect a present, but engage the force of Blackness as it operates in its confrontation with total violence within a historical trajectory that does not simply accept progress time as its one, its universal, its singular trajectory. The second thing they offer is redecomposition, referring to what Ferreira elsewhere describes as a poetical approach to work. Composition, recomposition, and decomposition mean that our work, research, ritual, our love making, our friction, our frottage, as Kegurumacharya says, it doesn't function as autonomous totality, reduced to an inscription of its formal purpose as object. Poetic puts the question of form central to our discussion, where in how we read form, we might resist the normative intention for abstraction. This is an encounter with causal explanations and tautological causalities, as the key tools we have to read are obligations, read or engage from, so that the encounter with the work we do, our liveness, is liberated from its representational obligations within the regimes of sight and perception rooted in man, capital M. This view of form, as Bradley and Ferreira state, and I quote, deforms the teleological imperative of purposiveness and the racial demarcation of the incapacity for judgment. Because this judgment necessarily inscribes. It has its own language, its own vernacular. Very similar also to Barbara Christian's, why are you all racing for theory? Our storytelling, I tell stories all the time. If we follow the story, it can take a long time to get there. There's many things, but this in the circle of the story, even if it takes me a long time, there is a theory. It just does not remove itself from the work of fabulation. And in fact, also, this is also how labor is distributed, if you've noticed, in the university, because the oral, the oratory, the performative, the sounding is relegated to the empirical, which means someone must then gain its meaning from it. But often what happens is those of us who end up doing field work, which apparently is not thinking, simply gather material for someone else to further abstract. It becomes a division of labor. If you take a look at most research institutes, for example. The third notion they offer, seriality. The third thesis, referring to the perpetual renewal. In this case, they speak of the aesthetic. I'm elaborating and expanding, even if it's the jazz, the E, the G, the dirge, its relation, how it is sustained through the perpetual renewal of catastrophe. This is the diffusion of violence or terror into the practice of pleasure. This is the burden of representation, Black seriality, as they offer, related to, I talked about fabulation, Tabia Nyong'o talks about that we can unburden representation through seriality, through Afrofabulation, our storytelling function. Also understood, for instance, was Peterson's notion of the spectral, the allegory, the melancholic, the melodrama, unmaking a narrative. These are interventions that not only denote a refusal of the serially, perpetually imposed violence, but a reanimation of aesthetic inquiry into our social lives. I'm going to stop in 5 minutes so we have some time to talk, so I won't get through this. And also maybe I've said a lot, shame. I've been swirling shame, I'm sharing my swelling. So I won't go through, but so we can switch the slides so I finish in 3 minutes. This can, like I said, understood in perpetually imposed violence, a reanimation to reanimate, animacy, as I keep saying, of inquiry into our social lives. That is refusal, and I use refusal in the terms of Tina Kampt. She uses refusal as there's English words that I don't know how to say, but I'm there typing them. I don't know if it's hapticality or hapticity. It's a labor of love, though. Let me go to how she frames it. She says hapticity, the labor of feeling across difference and precarity, the effort of feeling implicated or affected in ways that create restorative intimacy. How we feel with and through another in the absence of touch. Another thing that's been ringing in my head, Khorata Chengeta says, imagining how we want to be touched. That is research for me. A Black seriality refers to the question of repair, and this is attentiveness to the serial violence of a racial regime of representation, what Bradley and Rihanna offer as clamoring for recognition within that regime, but also refusals that create a restorative intimacy in Tina Kampt's terms. I'll go to the last thesis from Bradley and Ferreira da Silva, generativity, referring to the poetical that departs from preoccupations with modernities onto epistemology. This, say for instance, if we stay with the figure of Black women, where I begin, the African woman, object commodity in the making of racial capitalism, its landscapes, property, value, subjectivity, heteropatriarchal configurations and their excesses. Generative then becomes a preoccupation also with the sonic, the sounding, for instance, because it moves against the foreclosure of Blackness as a relation to pathology and a disarrangement of post-Enlightenment's reason, which continues to normatively frame our orientation to the world, existence, power, and form. I'm just skipping to get to a place that's beautiful to close. I'm going to close with a section of something that at the end of the day yesterday, I clicked send on the final thing after many comments from reviewers for an article. This article is called Black Common Sense. So it's been preoccupying me. So I'll just close with a section from it. James Sneed offers the echo, figured as a repetition in Black culture. A set of configurations related to how the African, in a particular Hegelian episteme and its economy, enters time. Sneed writes, in Black culture, the thing, the ritual, the dance, the beat is there for you to pick it up when you can come back to get it. If there is a goal, as Vec. In such a culture, it is always deferred. It continually cuts back to the start in the musical meaning of cut. You heard in Zimbabwe's, it's an abrupt, seemingly unmotivated break, an accidental da capo with a series already in progress and a world return to a prior series. He loves me. He loves me not. He loves me. Repetition in Sneed's account is a circularity or ritualized time that is a sense of time that seems out of place with progressive linear time, here related singularly to the invention of European culture, which materially and epistemically relies on the invention of Black culture. In Sneed's, while Black culture not only bears the burden for materializing progressive linear time in order for European invention to become sensible, Black culture also offers plural sensibilities that exceeds the singularity of a sense of common sense. Sneed's European culture is defined, sorry, I went too quickly, I can't find where it was, is defined in the manner that Winter observes the emergence of man, capital M, the human in coloniality's endurance that does not correspond to a break in music, ritual, or rhythm. This figure of a secular propertied liberal monohumanism operates politically, juridically, economically, narratively, as well as in relation to bios. Bios is a genre specifically related to man's transition from nature to culture and how this relates to living or inhabiting the world. Approximating the sociogeny of this bio, say through admission to liberal democracy, through the compromised events of independence, here designates a liberation as a set of repetitions of not yet, for those of us excluded by the coloniality of the figure human and its other ethical political promises. I'm getting over, so let me finish my sentence then. Like, ooh la la. Sociogeny borrowed from Fanon in Winter, an approach to history where Fanon makes a distinction between invention and self-creation, specifically in their relation to teleological time and its coloniality. Sociogeny interrupts the biocentricism of the human to consider the techniques of invention embedded in empiricism, periodizing the ground for all of our experience. Whereas self-creation, unlike invention, discovery, you go to research, you see something very obvious, then you're like, I saw one thing, and then they say it's good, tick. Invention, discovery. I discovered Victoria Falls, for example. I gave a bird a name, for example. Self-creation, unlike invention, operates in a different register. Self-creation, even while living in the conditions of the carceral logics that sustain the invention of historical time, instead we have this doubling, the I and I, singular plural voice, the praxis of repetition and the implications of a not yet, described by Keguro Macharia as belatedness revisiting Sneed's cut as articulated above, or in Fred Moten's sense, a breaking of speech, the elevating of disruptions of the rich content of the object commodity's orality outside of the confines of meaning, precisely by way of this material trace, an analytic failure, a breakdown, and by way of a kind of recapitulative improvisation, a lingering in the iconic break of this double breakdown. This is the chorus, the refrain, the dirge, the elegy, a formulation of the Black culture's generative self-creation, something completely out of the grasp of neo-Cartesian and neo-Kantian reason, and its time in its anticipatory grief, echo, refusal, singing, listening, an undeniable materiality, removing itself from the abstraction of theory. Thank you. I mean to speak so long, Ash. Should I chair myself? I'm like,
Hello, thanks so much. That was absolutely fabulous. So I'm going to be, we have about 22 minutes for conversations and comments. And we're going to have to manage this through the online and from the audience. So if one of the postdocs can call out the online comments. So let's start now with are there comments already online? No. Okay, so from the audience, questions. I'm kidding. Online? Right, okay. Maybe people are just trying to refresh their thoughts. And maybe I could begin the conversation about the ways in which you have articulated the positioning of, and you've covered so many things, Danai. You've covered what it means to be Black, what it means to do research, what it means to theorize. And for me, I mean, I'm thinking freedom is not there yet. So just expand a little bit more as a way of starting up the conversation.
Thanks. Because I apparently wrote too much, I didn't get to. So the turn to freedom, sovereignty with a slash as the title of the book. Well, I mean, the things that they're saying is freedom. I don't want it because to me, some things you'll take. Like I like that there are laws that will protect me from certain things provisionally, but I always say everything's provisional admittance. It's provisional admittance to a lexicon that was not meant to include you, so that's why it fails. So I've been grappling with that question of freedom, liberation. I use that word quite loosely this morning, like I'm not baggaged by it. I think it's baggaged. So I believe I'm trying to find a different, well, I guess part of it, let me say this. When I say anticipatory grief, I don't mean a forward time. And I don't mean a belief that the future is better. Like I said, I have no evidence of that. So until I'm given evidence, I'll take it. So maybe that anticipation is not a forward-looking, but it's that circular of time, which means maybe what is constituted as freedom operates differently. So it may have the same vernacular of freedom the way we understand it in the present, like flag, independence, or, getting access to a mortgage and debt because you're going to live unpayable debt for the rest of your life because people are not giving back land and stolen resources. But at least you can have a mortgage now. That's, I guess, freedom, apparently. So there's all these provisional things that I think are present and material and have their own preoccupation. Concurrent, I guess, in what's Need's saying. It's present and it's part of it, but there are other time frames and other notions of being in relation to each other. So, for example, my relation to my child or my parents or partner often understood as unfreedom or constraining freedom because the individual equals freedom. I would say, no, it is not. What autonomy means may still be a register that is useful in some cases, but it is also not the full stop in the sense of so the sovereign self, which is why sovereignty is then connected to it. The sovereign self, which we take for granted, If we own ourselves and we make our own choices, that will be free. But again, there's no real evidence of that. That's why people talk about themselves like they're lying. Like, I made this choice and I'm suffering. What is that freedom? What are you talking about? And I think that's also why people say things they don't mean, because they don't make sense in their own bodies. And so I don't know what freedom means because it doesn't make sense in my body. I think that's, I got there eventually. Like, I found the sentence of it. I don't know what it means because it does not make sense in my body. All of the examples I've been giving do not make sense for me. So I'm not anticipating it in the not yet. I'm rather like, there's got to be something else. And I'm not saying I have to invent it, because that's not where I'm going either. I'm saying there are probably tools that don't abstract to freedom, that are present, provisional in the everyday. Yeah, sorry, it took me a long time. I got there.
That, there are questions coming through.
Okay, so we have Bali online who has a question. She says, hi, Danai. Thank you for this amazing sharing of thoughts. I'm interested in your thoughts on differentiating from enigmatic intrusions versus conjugality. Hope I'm spelling it correctly. It seems to me what you're saying is that the binary can exist at the same time without it being intrusive.
Yes, but I needed to escape from it. I was like, this thing is not making sense to me. It exists because it's immediate and intuitive, because that's how we've been taught to conjure our own thoughts. And part of it came out of watching people read, and I've been wanting to trace how people read and reference, and it's come up before, particularly when it comes to sort of this aspiration to, change the world in academia, which might look like African women being referenced, for example, that magical thing. My reading of the referencing is like, maybe just rather leave it alone, because it's always the same thing. It's like, oh, she writes about African women's experiences. That is not an observation. That is the beginning point. So this reduction to the empirical, part of it is, it's too difficult for me to digest and make it universal. So I will say it is something I can eat from here as particular, because I can't relate to it, except when I've had too much wine and I start confessing my experiences. And I'm like, man, I'm not your therapist. Why is this happening to me? This happens to me a lot in Europe, where people, precisely also because the notion of a freedom that looks like equality, I don't know what that means either. When one is so subject to that provisional status, when things that don't feel that way happen, you don't know where to put it. So now you see an African woman and you've drunk enough, and then you pour it on her because she may understand you. And I'm like, what? That is the condition of claiming that, like, I have this position in the world and therefore I cannot express anything that falls outside of that in my experience. And the pressure to be able to explain it becomes Black women's burden, right? Black women are under so much more pressure than we are. I'm like, white women, make a WhatsApp group. You guys are going through the most, just like heterosexuals, but you guys are going through a shame. You're busy worried about us. We're okay. Like, and I want a peer group that you can confess your feelings to each other instead of expecting me to be a therapist for free when you're drunk, because you have some things to talk about. But of course, people won't talk about it because, if white supremacy gives you provisional privileges, you probably will hold on to the abuses of white patriarchy because they are helpful, because, you got to pick a lane. So people pick their lane, and white supremacy is enduring. So yes, it's both and, because it's there and it's people's, but you see people read each other and say it's either this or this. And I'm like, it's not either one of those things, but it is, because that's, in fact, how I started my PhD is a good story, and then I'll stop. I wrote this thing, Lobola happened, and I was confused by all of it, but I was also liking things, and I was overreacting to my master's, which I've been saying to people, don't overreact to your master's, just be depressed like a normal person. I got married as an overreaction to my master's. And so many things were happening, and I was like, what is going on? So I write this piece because I was upset about Lobola, because I was like, when did this happen? My parents were never these people. What is going on? And I write this little tantrum of a liberal feminist thing, the Mail and Guardian, and then the editor, journalism is also, I'm so sorry, I can't handle it, says, I'm so sorry, it was so traumatic. At least now you get your white wedding, because she assumed that was freedom and not this. So that is operating in the world. And then I was like, let me explain to you. And then that's how my PhD began. So I think I'm talking to Bali, but I'm looking at your face because Bali, I can't see your face. So this is your avatar. That I think it's and that because it's so present in our explanatory frameworks, but it's also present in our reading. So people don't know how to read the things we're saying because they always repeat the same explanatory frameworks because they're more easy to digest. And when you make it not easy to digest, then it's like it's too particular. And then we're there saying Shrek like it means something. How is that not particular and confusing? And so I think it's like both and it's present, but it's too digestible.
So much more questions. We have in the audience, we have Deirdre.
Okay, so Bali has a hand up and I think she would like to speak. So
Okay. And then Deirdre.
Okay. Sorry. Sorry, just a very quick follow-up tonight.
Bali, hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, can you hear me?
Okay, I think we'll come back to Bali. In the meantime,
Deirdre.
Yeah.
Danai, thanks so much for that incredibly rich talk. I'm looking forward to reading the book. I wanted to ask you, is there a space for the colonial subject between underrepresentation and overrepresentation? Is there a happy medium somewhere?
We can take another question. Yeah.
I'll go for it. Overrepresentation, in Winter's term, the overrepresentation is not maybe the same as representation that is underrepresentation. Even, I don't know if it's a dualism. The overrepresentation of man, capital M, 1, 2, and 3, in Winter is the overrepresentation and normalizing of an as is. That means that nothing, we can only provisionally include ourselves in what is prior existing in the shape of colonial man. That overrepresentation is not marked as overrepresentation because it is veiled and made invisible. So its operational powers become invisible. And when they show up in individual bad behavior, then it is individual bad behavior, for example, or individual good behavior that's often probably bad behavior. So overrepresentation often implies that your representation becomes invisible. It isn't actually not legible as present because it is the single monolingual language that everybody is meant to approximately speak. When you don't speak it, then you are belated. When you do speak it, you are also still belated. So you can speak all the Englishes in the world, and then they'll be like, oh, she was a married woman and she's an African person. The other part of it is, and I think when you were speaking yesterday, before you were cut off, about how we then speak related to representation. The number of times I started being like, and then this is dry humping, and then you can see people are salivating, like, hey, people want to eat things that they didn't even ask for. Like, this is not the relation I want, you know, it's not the misrecognition I want other kinds of misrecognition. That the representational forms we have are not really that useful anyway, because they rely on that digestion. You must be easy to digest. And so not being easy to digest ends up not being representation, because representation is easy to digest, because it's not threatening, because what it simply does is that it becomes a method of inclusion, but the overrepresentation of colonial man sustains its endurance precisely by saying, hey, look, a Black. So I don't think it's either or. The question of overrepresentation is to then be like, your whiteness is property that is very, very hard to earn, which is why white people hate white people doing whiteness badly. Like, it's like the worst thing. You get punished, right? Because, you know, people have to make rules in colonial towns to be like, stop sleeping with your cousins like this. At least make it 4 families away. I don't know, we've talked about normalizing this kind of thing. It's maintaining inheritance. It's the marriage contract, right? How do you keep your accumulated stolen goods? You marry each other, but it is masked as not cultural or ethnic because it is just human, capital H, while the rest of us remain cultural and ethnic and digestible.
That's so powerful. Thank you so much, capital H. And the rest of us remain digestible, cultural, yeah. Yeah. Any more comments? Okay, we have online, and then Tammy.
Okay, I'm not sure if, okay, thanks.
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, Danai, to create a back and forth. I'm now really interested. It's going to be very quick. What would you suggest to, inverted commas, because I hate this word, colonial subjects? In, should we all run away from conjugality? Can we always run away from it? What have you done?
So maybe we could take Tammy's question as well. So yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Danai. It was just, well, what was that? So there are other voices in the room. Just two questions, actually, if it's okay. The one is, you've spoken a lot about the undeniable materiality, and Sylvia Wynter's notion of human with the capital H and man is also sort of the exception. It's about human exceptionism, as well as all of those who are excluded from being human, so are other species. So yet there's quite an unhappy relationship between decolonial feminism or decolonial movements in general and thinking about post-humanism. And I just wondered what your thoughts were on that. And then if I may, just, I suppose it's another one of those simplistic questions that we all struggle with, but the gut and thinking from the gut and working from the gut and the embodiment that you so powerfully brought into the room. And we were talking a lot about form yesterday and how we write, how we think differently in the academy. How can we bring our gut back into the academic space? How can we bring our bodies? I mean, I think you do it in your writing. But any thoughts on that, Jan? It's a big one. Thanks, Donna.
I want to go this way, but let me start with, Bali, I'm not escaping conjugality. It's the opposite, actually. So, people like the conjugal relation, then you have this image of like being kidnapped by some person who rapes you until you're pregnant, which is, I guess, the history of the marriage ritual across the world. So just in case you think it's romantic, that was the background to your freedoms. But for me, rather, it's the opposite in the sense of not feeling constrained by my being in relation to others, because it simply is the case. Even though we've been told that our transition from nature to culture is rooted in this flesh, the gut, the blood, the kin, but then it becomes the backward belatedness towards becoming human, where one is completely absent from their body. We talked yesterday about not having even a vagina, you must cut it off. The body becomes this place of distance, because that is the transition from nature to human. I was remembering actually when Jeff was speaking yesterday, the first time I flew to Helsinki, and they were advertising this thing, this surgery that white men can do to prevent themselves from going red, because apparently showing emotions requires plastic surgery. And I was like, my God, it's tough there. I'm like, make a WhatsApp group. That is very complicated. Like, that is very, very complicated. And so the sensuous, the emotional becomes this like backward, further away from the rational, one thought at a time, which is devastating. So I don't want that. So conjugal for me is not constrained. It is a condition of the fact that we are always already many. Doesn't mean we all get along, doesn't mean we don't fight, doesn't mean that there are not questions of power. Even with my own child, the minute she was born, I said, I'm going to be in a relation of power with you, and you need to be able to point it out, which she recently did, because I used to say to her, you get what you get and you don't complain. It came from my mother. And then I've said it for a long time because I don't want an ungrateful child who feels entitled. And then she said to me, do you really realize when you say that you're teaching me to silence myself when there's questions of consent that come up? And I was like, both of those things can be true at once. Because these are relations of power that materialize and then create harm. So they must be engaged. I go back to Kharata, imagining how we want to be touched again. But it is also already true, and I can't pretend that I'm not in relation to others, because I think being alone is freedom, because it's not. Nobody wants to be alone. It's weird. But I think to realize that we need others means that it's a different kind of vulnerability. Maybe what I was saying to Elena yesterday, trust is a really weird thing. Who are you trusting? Not even yourself, but that actually what happens in relation to others, the vulnerability of being misrecognized, and of dealing with one's lack, which we assume we don't have, and yet we are literally piercing each other constantly from that fear. So not an escape from conjugality. As referred to posthumanism, in general, I was hearing Becky's voice in me. He's also here in the room. He's like, oh, these new things all the time. So boring. I don't like new things. I think that, so, you know, when Nono's pulling apart that bird, there's so much of what's operating with the hands that I couldn't even get into because there was time, and I said to me, it's okay. That are even in words, when people want to translate, I'm like, that doesn't mean that, even though that's one of its meanings, it doesn't mean that it's not to digest. I'm like, when we get to posthumanism, I'm like, where are you going? Like, I was like, where are you going? You know, go to the past, go to the future. Where are you going? The sense of time, the sense of how we engage with the world. And as I said, naming birds and then saying you're amazing, good job. When I see a bird, I'm like, oh, who's visiting me? That's a different sense of the world. So to suddenly discover that I can make love to my dog and call myself posthuman is just not where I'm going. Where are you going? Sorry, that's a very crude way of dealing with Donna Hari, my bad. I don't know, I can relate to it because it helps me to resonate with some thoughts that make sense in my present. But I'm not going to I'm too promiscuous to suddenly call myself a posthumanist, because we're going to fight 5 days into the relationship. It's not going to work. It's racist. That's really where I'm going also. Posthumanism and the claims for its disciplinary demarcation is precisely how, when you digest something you've observed in others, suddenly you're surprised that when people are in the water, something is unhuman about it. People are in the water daily at rivers, cleansing themselves in spirit, and you want to discover it and then say you've learned something. No, it's too easy to digest. So in general, I would say, even the species, so that the man as species is not sensible in many ways of seeing the world that I know in the present. I don't have to go discover them in the past or the future. They just are true. It's simply that I don't have to ignore that truth because it simply is true. I don't know how to lie anymore. My brain tumor was taken out. Copernicus left the room, so now I can't lie.
You know, it's like fantastic. You can just see the poet in you and the ways in which, if I'm thinking as I'm looking at you and listening to you, and if I had to put keywords together to sort of encapsulate the richness of your presentation this morning, it's like, I think I'm going to fill in the whole page. It's love, it's force, it's war, it's peace, it's culture, it's humanity, it's bios, it's race, it's class, it's intimacy, it's chicken. It's beautiful. It's I love you not. And on that note, I'm going to come to an end. Thank you so very, very much. We are so grateful. And so with that, we have a 30 minutes, a 28-minute break, and we'll begin the next session at 11. Thanks very much. We also need to, we have a little gift from UKZN. which I want to hand to you. Denai, we are so grateful here at the university. Thank you so very much. And can I just give you a big hug? Yeah.
Sorry, who wants to test the sound?
Someone's mic is on.
It's
Let's talk. I'll talk on the mic.
sorry, Prof. Chandra, are you wanting to test your sound?
Yes, yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Excellent. I can hear you too. We're fine then. Thanks.
Do you have a PowerPoint you want to test as well?
No, I don't. I'm just going to be reading my paper.
Okay, all right. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Hope this is on. Is it on? It's not on. Yeah. Okay. Morning, everyone. Is that better? Still not on. Morning, everybody. Welcome back to this second session of our second day of the Decolonizing Feminisms Conference. My name is Deirdre Byrne, and the session today is entitled Philosophy, Literature, and Decolonization. We have 4 speakers, and each speaker is going to have half an hour. I'll ask if we can have questions after each speaker. So, and then we do have signs that say 10 minutes and 5 minutes and so on. But since all of our speakers are online, I'm just going to turn to each speaker after they've finished 10 minutes and say you have 10 minutes left, if that's okay. So let's start without any further ado. Our first speakers are Azil Kutsia and Louise du Toit. And the title of their paper is Watery Hauntings, African Women's Literature and/as the Problem of African Philosophy. Take it away.
Hi, thanks, Deirdre. Can everyone hear me? Is that fine?
We can hear you perfectly.
Okay, I will share my screen now. Okay, so I am presenting this paper on behalf of myself and Professor Louise du Toit. Let me just put a timer on so I can watch myself. Okay. It is no secret that philosophy was historically established as the endeavor of white men, and that this history continues to underpin and inform the workings of the institutionalized discipline in contemporary university spaces. Feminist thinkers like Luce Irigaray have shown that the thinking subject of philosophy is implicitly or explicitly coded masculine, and that reason or access to philosophical truth requires transcendence of the particular and the bodily, which are coded feminine, and as post-colonial philosophers have shown, black. Moreover, philosophy is a discipline deeply anxious about its own boundaries, its alarm about who enters strikingly reflected in the lengthy debates, literally spanning decades, about what kind of African thought qualifies to be called by the name of philosophy. By the 1970s to 80s, African philosophy did eventually manage to make a difficult and painful entrance into the discipline. And although it certainly offered counter narratives to some of the established disciplinary truths, it could not change the terms on which, or the key in which, philosophical knowledges are created. As a result, African philosophy in its form, its foundational gestures, and its structuring logic, as well as its materialization in formal academia, repeats Western philosophy's fear of or discomfort with the particular materiality, the body, and borders. It also repeats its exclusionary practices. This renders it, like Western philosophy, particularly obtuse for certain kinds of thinking and oblivious to large currents of political and aesthetic reflection that have shaped contemporary thinking, that have shaped contemporary Black, feminist, and decolonial intellectual engagement with our world. African philosophy seems to be one of the last places in which African women and feminist thinkers choose to develop theory, presumably because of all the ways in which intersectional feminist freedom dreaming requires an unruly imagination and a disobedient, concrete thinking from within place and skin. In a 2006 article, Pumla highlights how dominant traditions of knowledge-making have not only legitimized and justified the sexual and labor exploitation of Black women, but also erased their agency and voices from hegemonic scientific and historical discourses. She shows how a task of Black feminist thinkers has always been to recast the world in a way that centers Black women as thinking subjects and renders their agency visible. I know Danai just said that she does not use the word agency, so perhaps we can talk about that. This does not simply constitute a counterposition to dominant understandings of the world, but in its contestation of the white colonial patriarchal logic that underpins hegemonic orders of knowledge, it alters the very terms on which we know and the key in which we think. Kola reads Black women's literary explorations of Southern African foremothers Sarah Bartman and Tutua, explorations that probe the silences and foreclosures of science and history as imaginative sites from where it becomes possible to know differently. To move beyond established knowledges in this way, to recover and illuminate and reveal what they've been suppressing, erasing, burying, or denying, is work that requires imaginative leaps and speculative approaches, as well as combing of different archives, reading them disobediently, relationally, not following the rules set by hegemonic disciplinary approaches. Therefore, Kola deems creative work particularly generative for the kind of knowledge production that is able to retrieve and center Black women's world making and therefore allow us to know in a different key. This is a line of thinking that Catherine McKittrick explores in detail in her latest book, Dear Science and Other Stories. In what follows, our aim is to read the epistemic erasures, foreclosures, or violences associated with African philosophy differently, to ask whether it can change key. We follow the cue of Kola and McKittrick to look to Black African women's creative work as theory or as philosophy done on different terms. This goes against philosophy's aim to exclude the literary and to rule that literature cannot produce truth. Because of the very specific way in which philosophy as order of knowledge is founded in an erasure of the feminine and the Black subject, paradoxically, despite its pretensions to operate fully independently of bodies and materiality, we look specifically to Black feminist reanimations of Black women foremothers as thinking subjects. Our hope is that through a philosophical encounter with these imaginings, philosophy could be confronted with and open to all that it has trapped beneath it, silenced and erased. The creative text that we center in this regard is the poem Bintang by Black Afrikaans writer Jolyn Phillips. We present this article in the form of a glossary as a way to textually, but also visually and aesthetically open up gaps in the tightly woven conceptual and discursive fabric of philosophy, which is ancient and famously self-referential. Working in the form of a glossary allows for refraction, mixing, and cross-referencing between different lexicons and registers of knowing. A glossary enables us to approach African philosophy as, in McKittrick's words, demonic grounds, a conceptual landscape underpinned by and regenerative of scripts of Black death and matricide, while at the same time engendering possibilities to know differently. In all of this, we are inspired by Tuck and Ree with their Glossary of Haunting, a 2013 article, which looks at haunting in the form of a glossary as a way of contesting the terms of settler colonial knowledge. We are thus incorporating the notion of haunting in terms of both the form and content of this contribution. I will now run us through a few of the entries of the glossary. I will not have time to cover everything, but you are welcome to ask me if there are any entries that you're specifically interested in that I have skipped. A is for autogenesis as task and command, and for autopoiesis. I will only cover autogenesis here. For Sanya Osha, the birth of African philosophy was characterized by a series of crises of delivery because the unwanted boy child had to bring himself forth, and to hold forth philosophical had to create himself, autogenesis, out of nothing. He had to obtain a human, therefore philosophical voice in the face of, or in facing down, his disqualification or erasure from humanity through colonialism. Strikingly, and following the fathers of psychoanalysis that Osha draws on Freud and Lacan, there is no mother subject in this narrative. There's no maternal body to be seen, heard, smelled, or felt in this violent all-male scene of pregnancy, attempted abortion, the violent expulsion of birth, and the infant boy's first wail of resistance against the unforgiving father. Because Osha's story follows Freud and Lacan in their erasure of the maternal body, and because the African philosophical infant seems doomed to never discover his true father and his pure origin, this is Osha that I'm quoting, he must create himself out of the void of nothingness to which history has condemned him. He must therefore create authentic speech or discourse, but must do so from within the embrace of death before the false figure of a tyrannical father. Under his hostile gaze. African philosophy's autogenesis, as Osha describes it, therefore begins in the faulty assumption that the African male philosopher is fundamentally solitary, that his origin is a void, and that in his painful birth he stands alone. Embracing the death-dealing colonial logic, the African philosopher's only meaningful constitutive relation is with the white male philosopher father who wanted him dead from the start. He wholly and willfully forgets his mother, leaves her without a trace, tries to bury her and a multitude of concrete relations of Black livingness that in fact have borne him and sustained him throughout and in spite of all the historical traumas of colonialism and erasure. B is for Bintang. In Hermanus, an affluent seaside town in the Western Cape in South Africa, there's a restaurant in a cave. The restaurant is called Bintang's Cave, after the indigenous woman who once lived there. The restaurant offers no explanation for its name, except for a small plaque against one wall, where it is stated that Bintang was the last strandloper. Strandloper, meaning something like beachcomber or someone who forages the intertidal zone for food, is the given Dutch name of a group of people of Khoi heritage who live by fishing, hunting, and gathering food along the beaches of southwestern Africa. The strandlopers as a people are officially believed to have become extinct through assimilation due to economic and demographic changes effected by settler colonialism. In her poetry collection, Bintang, Phillips's narrator poses the question in reply to which she conjures the figure of Bintang to life. Hoe word 'n mens 'n laaste? How does a person become a last? And these are all our own translations that you will see in the English. Phillips is writing as a woman of indigenous descent who grew up in the area of Bintang's Cave and was classified under apartheid under the catch-all and often derogatory term of colored, a category including people from Khoi descent, the descendants of enslaved people who were brought by the settlers from the east, as well as mixed race people and people of settler Malay and African descent. The depiction of Bintang as the last strandloper therefore erases a possible ancestry and identity for Phillips, who lets her narrator say, "Ek kom van 'n string mense wat hulle self nie ken nie, wat hulle wat hulle bloedlyn
left is all. 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Great, thank you. Wat hulle bloedlyn moet verbeel, Haanskinders. I come from a string of people who do not know themselves, who have to imagine their bloodline, and then Haanskinders translates to something like orphans, foundlings, or stepchildren. For Phillips, the epic poem becomes a way of writing in against Western knowledge systems that deprive her of an ancestry and root her identity in a dead end of Black death and colonial extinction, as memorialized in the plaque in the restaurant. Through this reanimation of imagined foremother Bintang as an assertion of Black livingness, of Black women's rebellion, Phillips offers a way of knowing from elsewhere, cultivates knowledge in a different key. This different key acknowledges the ecocidal and genocidal nature of hegemonic knowledge systems, even as something else becomes possible or imaginable. Ooh, why does it not skip? Okay. D is for demonic grounds and discipline, neither of which I will talk about now. E is for enfleshment of philosophy, 1 and 2. 1. For white Western feminists like Adriana Cabarero, the idiosyncrasy of philosophy is its persistent attempt to universalize and detemporalize itself, to vehemently erase and deny its own particularity and thus partiality. She roots these doomed attempts in Western man's fear of death, which translates into a desire to partake of necessity and immortality by being subsumed under the one and the same, under the unified, the necessary, the non-accidental, and the timeless. The figure of Western philosophical man is monstrous because he is at once the entire species and one of its two genders. Man is neuter and masculine, man is both, neither of the two and one of the two. Thus, as Catherine McKittrick puts it, philosophy is paradoxically enfleshed as male. Paradoxically, because the overcoming of fleshy existence as something accidental, fluid, and particular or partial is one of its main aims. Enfleshment of philosophy 2. Valentin Yves Mudimbe's focus on the figure of the savage in his book, The Idea of Africa, serves as the starting point to begin the recovery of the figure of the African subject. Mudimbe shows how since ancient Greek times, the so-called savage was denoted as the one living in the bush and the forest and caves, and note the resonance with Bintang here, associated with his figure, away from the polis, thus denoting any marginal being, foreigner, the unknown, whoever is different and who as such becomes the unthinkable. Moreover, he makes clear that the darkness, unknowability, danger, fear associated with this figure and their abode, the forest or the cave, has both an intertwined racial and sexual overtones. If the white male is the preeminent figure of philosophy and Western enlightenment, then it makes sense that his dark and sinister opposite, the savage, is at once figured as black and female or feminine, as both women and enslaved. This insight of Modimbe, says Osha, should lead African philosophers to interrogate more fully the law of the white male philosophical father, and importantly, not only for his whiteness, but in the ways that put the issue of gender in focus. Maybe then what Osha describes as the least of the African philosopher's concerns, namely the sex of those outside and those inside of his enterprise, is in fact central to the enterprise of African philosophy. F is for fathers and sons, and also for footnote, both of which I will be skipping. G is for ghosts, and also for goddesses, hermaphrodites, and other foremothers. I will only be covering ghosts now. In their glossary of haunting, Tak and Ree argue that haunting doesn't hope to change people's perceptions, nor does it hope for reconciliation. Rather, haunting lies precisely in its refusal to stop, and this is its own form of resolving. Tending to the ghosts of African philosophy means meditating on the consequences, which are symbolic, epistemic, and material, of African philosophy's splitting off of the universal from the particular, the mind from the body, the child from his mother, the human from its others. It means acknowledging the continuing cost of subjugation, the price for violence. Erasure and effacement concoct ghosts, says Tak and Ree. H is for hystera, which means cave in Plato's work, also womb. In Plato's myth, the prisoner or philosopher leaves the darkness of the cave and moves towards the light of the sun. Irigaray reads this story as one of the foundational gestures of philosophy, symbolizing masculine transcendence and access to truth in opposition to embodiment that is coded feminine and that can give birth only to imitation and fakery. Irigaray enters the cave differently. Her feminist work is to make explicit the importance of the cave, which is materiality, the maternal body sustaining earth, in supporting our symbolic systems of representation, the place-making function it fulfills that undergirds all meaning, and to integrate the cave in the self-understanding of philosophy. Irigaray asks, how then can one return into the cave, rediscover the darkness of all that is been left behind, remember the forgotten mother? Through Bintang, Phillips re-enters the dark and dank cave, inhabits it in old or new terms, thereby recasting the world through remapping Hermanus, the town that embodies white settler wealth, as a place that was home to Bintang first. Bintang is a version of knowledge as African women's world-making situated in place in relation to the more than human and in skin. For Phillips, it is obvious that the cave as place, intimately tied up with Bintang's being and body, engenders another language. Ek ken die taal van donkerte in my spelonk, ek kan dit nie oortaal nie. I know the language of darkness in my cave. I cannot translate or re-language it. M is for method, also philosophy as morgue. P is for place. R is for risk. We are writing this glossary as two white South African women. There is a lot that can go wrong. We push ahead very carefully in spite of the danger of making mistakes, not because we are unaware of the risks or because we do not take them seriously, but because as settler subjects in the South African post-colony, we too are haunted by a past that is not past, our whiteness manufactured through a long history of violence that produced thousands of ghosts. This is an attempt to sit with the ghosts, to live with them, and heeding the advice of Tak and Ree, understanding that this means continuously resisting the urge to look for repair, to ask for peace, or trying to edge our way towards resolve. S is for simulated births, which I'm skipping, also for stalagmites and jars, which I'll cover quickly, and this is the last one I'll do, Deirdre. So after this, 3 minutes and I'm done. The type of creative work McKittrick investigates does not think freedom as something that progresses linearly after due to a clean break from racial violence. Instead, the slave ship and the horrors of slavery and colonialism engendered new forms of livingness that cannot write itself, say itself, know itself within the logics of plantocratic colonial registers. In her 2002 newspaper article, Fetching Sarki, this is also discussed by Paula, Gail Smith, a documentary maker who was part of the group of South Africans responsible for bringing Sarah Baartman's remains back to South Africa, expresses her horror at walking around in the Musée de l'Homme, Museum of Mankind, amid the jars and bottles containing disembodied parts of Sarah and the cabinets full of skeletons, masks, skulls, and other bits of indigenous people from every corner of the earth for the pleasure of the learned men of French science. One day, Lord Montague arrives at Bintang's cave. He's a traveler, a man who knows plants and animals, writes them up. Lord Montague tries to write Bintang into his description or taxonomy of indigenous fauna and flora, but he fails. Bintang het hy in sy boeke geskryf, die plante en die diere het hy uitgeskryf, maar het hy afgeskryf, maar vir Bintang kan hy nie uitgeskryf kry nie. Bintang, he wrote into his books, the plants and the animals he wrote down, but Bintang, he cannot get written out. In the last poem of the book, the speaker, who is here presented as the poet, laments that Bintang accuses her of making a myth of her, dat ek jou stalagmiet probeer maak, my woorde drip jou vas in 'n soliede kalsiet kolom. Now you come with your complaint that I tried to make a myth out of you, that I tried to turn you into a stalagmite. My words drip you fast in a solid calcite column. The truth is, Bintang, I use you to create for me a homecoming. Bintang's livingness exceeds our attempts to fix her in language, and being aware of this means avoiding the mistakes of the learned men of French and British science. The last entry is W for watery hauntings, flows, breaches, and other contaminations, but I think I do not have time to cover it here, but you're welcome to ask me about it. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Azil. We look forward to seeing the glossary published. Are there any questions in the room? I see Sherry has her hand up. Can we have a microphone? Just introduce yourself, Sherry.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sherry, Sherry Hugo. Thank you very much for your presentation. I think that you are right when you say that you're doing this work knowing that it's troublesome and that that you are aware of some of the dangers and that you're doing it anyway. And so I hold that bravery, but I just want to say to you, just give me a moment. In my spirit, in my soul, for you to have, it's troubling for me that you have translated the words. Because in translating the words, some of the meanings is vergaan en hanken en skepkind is something that isn't just a weeskind. I don't have English words. I don't have English words, but I know that you're an Afrikaans speaker, so I know that you get the gist of it. And so in the way that you are trying to make a glossary of how your project understands how people understand language and make sense of the world, in itself, to me, is swimming upstream. It's multi-tiding happening for me and undercurrents happening for me, because in putting it in a glossary as you make sense of a letter, and how that sounds and the meanings of translating it feels stormy in my soul. And I give homage to the cave and to our ancestors and to all who are connected to the story. So thank you. And not our story, our lives, actually.
Azil, would you like to answer that or to respond to that?
Thanks so much for those comments, and I really take them very seriously and take them to heart. And yeah, the question is if someone like me should be doing this work at all, and I know it remains a question. And I'm sure some of you think the answer is no, and some days I also think the answer is no. But yeah, I understand what you say about the translation and that it brings up a lot of undercurrents for you. And I take it seriously and will take it to heart when we consider how to publish this or how to go ahead with a publication. Thank you for sharing.
Thanks so much. Are there any comments or questions in the room or online? I see Tammy has her hand up and then Danai.
Thanks, Azil. I actually wanted to ask the question you said we should ask. You've subtitled Watery Hauntings, and as somebody who's been thinking with the ocean and with water and hauntologically, I'd really like to know a bit more about, and the cave, of course, is on the ocean, and yeah, I'd love to know how you're thinking in that respect.
Good. Still, we can't hear you as yet. Okay, so now we can.
It's a central feature of philosophy that it tries to pin down meaning. It does not deal with ambiguity, does not deal with anything in between. The whole endeavor of the discipline is to pin down. And then so what we have in this entry is to look at feminists and feminine texts that are particularly that do work with what is watery, what flows, and Bintang in Phillips's imagining of her really lives deeply entangled with the ocean, and the ocean takes on many meanings. It is something that also is never pinned down in the. It's this entire almost character in the poetry collection that breaches a lot of things, that haunts, that takes revenge in many ways, and it is exactly these kinds of. It is this kind of thinking that philosophy cannot deal with. So we just use that entry to name, I think, Bintang, but also other, I mean, so many of these literary works and artistic works do deal with water. So we just look at that as really a challenge to philosophy, that as a way of thinking in a different key. That answers your question.
And Danai?
Thanks, Cecile. We didn't get to our quarrel about agency, but I'm kidding. I think from what Sherry said, there's something that I want to address about that troubled things happen in poems in my head. So, and also because you've got stalagmite, and it's on the rock we stand, calm still for a moment of engineered thought and hot tears. That framing is maybe a different orientation to a philosophical or poetic, as I was sitting here stalking Sanya once again from a long time ago. And I heard it particularly when you described Phillips as an Afrikaans writer, which is a very specific way to distinguish language and then culture through essentially what I would say linguistically may not be, because Afrikaans being a kind of eugenicist, secularized version of a national, political language, and the kind of ethical protocols of language that Sherry is pointing to would maybe not work within the mastery of language that not only means a mastery of Afrikaans language as culture as it becomes politically mobilized in the 20th century, but language in its liveness in Jolene's book in particular, because actually what's operating is not pure in the sense of transparent as Afrikaans, as is also the case of her person and experience. So there's already multiple levels of translation in play before we get to English that remove the ethical protocols of the language itself. And I think the glossary as a function precisely works because it anticipates its reader. So you make a glossary because you want a specific reader to be able to gain access. So in principle, there are multiple ethical protocols that remove the initial expression or its philosophical and aesthetic formations, as well as its intended interlocutors, who may operate in and outside of its vernaculars and as well as its ethical protocols, in which case the cosmology of language and its intentions of meaning, which may simply not be, meaning is there, that you don't need to make it. So rather than am I the one to do the work, I guess part of it is, why are you doing the work? What is the rationale or the critical value of it, short of an ability to access it? And what is the virtue then in terms of, because the ethical protocol of should I be the one could rather be that the language has its own ethical protocol, precisely in the poetics you've instigated. And so, of course, a discipline like philosophy will have its own demands, and we shouldn't be surprised that they are violent, because it's simply the case. And so the protocols of that were never going to give you the protocols of the ethics you're trying to instigate in positioning yourself. So if that's already the case, then the reverse question is, if you work to the ethical protocols of the language as having its own meaning and not yours, what would a glossary look like? Similar, different to a catalog or annotation, for example, which is a different method.
Azil, do you want to answer that briefly?
Thanks so much, Denai. I made notes of everything you said, and I don't have, I must go think about it. But you're really helping me think through this. And I think, yeah, I just want to thank you for those comments. Yeah, that's.
Thanks, Azil. Thank you for your paper. Our next speaker is Yasmina Lukic. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Please forgive me if not.
Perfectly.
And her paper, sorry?
Perfectly.
Thank you. And her paper is Epistemology of Transnational Perspective in Literary Studies, the Case of Post-Yugoslav Literature. The floor is yours.
I don't know if I can share the screen. I'm trying to share the screen. Yes. Well, thank you very much. It's my enormous pleasure and always an honor to speak here. And I hope that what I'm going to say is going to resonate with a number of things which have been said until now in this fascinating conference. So thank you for having me. And the title of the lecture, as I have proposed it, and which is still on the screen, is not fully reflecting what I'm going to talk about. My initial idea and wish to talk about transnational perspective as a possibility for setting a different interpretative framework in regards to inherited values and ossified traditions of national literatures is the same, but there is an additional shift within this paper, which includes going from post-Yugoslav literature to European literature, and at the same time going from a personal project to a collective project, thus I hope adding a layer of meaning to a number of my points. In any case, what I hope to do is to show how the colonial perspective is a necessary to transnational perspective, and that it is somehow going together with any attempt to establish methodology of transnational literary studies at the given moment of time, in the times we are living in. So here are two very short definitions of transnational literature, which are given from two very different points of time. The first one is coming from Azadeh Seyhan's book, Writing Outside the Nation, which is, from what I know, the first study which is somehow bringing in the concept of transnational literature. I'm sorry, my voice today is not the best. It seems I got some virus and I'm losing it, but I hope I speak clearly enough. So as Azadeh says, I understand transnational literature as a genre, as a genre of writing that operates outside of national canon, addresses issues facing the territorialized cultures, and speaks for those in what I call paranational communities and alliances. The second definition, which you have here, is coming from a very recent book by Paul Jay, a scholar in transnational literary studies, who is in his most recent volume on transnational literature, trying to sum up what has been done in the field and propose his own perspective. And he says, transnational literary studies, as we have already noted, are characterized by a kind of conglomeration of subfields, including multicultural, world, post-colonial, diasporic, and the border literatures. These subfields in themselves, this list of subfields as they are presented here, are showing actually also the conceptual cluster which is necessarily going with any attempt to deal with transnational literature. Actually, transnational literary studies necessarily evoke border thinking, border crossing, critical border thinking, of course, multiculturalism, post-colonialism, decolonial thinking, all kinds of diasporic thinking, and all kinds of essential concepts from diasporic and migration studies. And as you can see, those are all concepts which are destabilizing any attempt to create a totalizing view of the world and the totalizing view of the literature, which I am here associating with the concept of national literatures and the ways in which national literatures operates within institution of literature and on various levels, and which institution of literature is relying on the concept of national literature. I'm not talking here only about national literature as a category within literary studies and the ways it is organizing literary studies. That's only one aspect of that, but about the ways it's interfering in establishing curricula, in teaching these curricula, in promoting authors, giving awards, making people visible and existing in the field of literature. The problem here is the using here post-Yugoslav literature as an example. I wanted to take it as an example in which a lot of these dynamics is clearly visible. Some of you might know, it has been already a long time ago, historical fact that more than 30 years ago now, there was a country which was called Yugoslavia, multicultural, and in many ways, an example still to be studied. And that after the fall, dismemberment of Yugoslavia into 6 countries, there has been a number of nation states which are then for 30 years now producing invented traditions and new/old national traditions when it comes to literature as well. Opposing that, I've been studying myself, and here I'm talking about this part of the personal project. I've been studying something which I call post-Yugoslav literature. Let me go further here. Yes, post-Yugoslav literature, which means literary production, which is very relevant, which is very large when it comes to a number of books, and which cannot be read or understood without some kind of reference to the existence of Yugoslavia and its legacy. That's one way to read it. The other way to read it is to face the fact that there is a number of very relevant literary texts which do not fit in the frame of these new/old national literary traditions, and require a larger framework, a framework that would be regional and that would be definitely beyond any kind of national borders. So as you see here, however strongly the new nation states wanted to establish firm borders and erase memories of life in Yugoslavia, a significant number of relevant cultural texts from post-Yugoslav times cannot be interpreted without references to the Yugoslav past. These texts are not necessarily affirmative towards Yugoslavia, nor they are necessarily nostalgic, but they do relate to the shared past of the common country. They do not fit in the framework of national literature, but problematize its borders and call for transnational, multicultural border thinking. Why I'm putting here the post-Yugoslav literature, which is regional literature, in the framework of our conference? Because I think it speaks of a larger example, and it shows how the category of transnational literature actually positions itself in between two concepts, which both of them can operate as totalizing. It is clear, I hope, from what I said, how the concept of national literature gets to be totalizing in a sense that it tends to make everything a part of one line of a tradition and somehow put everything in one box without understanding how these things cannot be seen in that way. On the other hand, there is the concept of world literature, which is based upon understanding literature as a global phenomena, which is again tending to erase regional differences and what is happening in between. In that sense, post-Yugoslav literature is a good example. But since the time when I was sending this proposal for the conference and the moment I'm presenting it, something happened which moved further my interest and practice in dealing with transnational literature. And that is a project of transnational European literary studies has been approved. And I want to promote this project here in a way I would speak about a new book. And that is called Utopian European Literatures and Gender in Transnational Perspective. It's actually—
Yasmina, you have 10 minutes left.
Sorry?
10 minutes. You have 10 minutes left.
Yeah, I know. Thank you very much. This is a project which is going where 8 universities are coming together, European and United Kingdom universities, which are going to look into transnational European women's literature in order to try to map the field and promote authors who are writing transnational literary texts that we can see as a transnational literary texts. And we hope that by bringing together gender and transnational perspectives within an interdisciplinary approach to literary and cultural studies, we can do exactly that. We can make visible the voices of those who are marginalized through still dominant model of national literature. If you look at the prizes within European, Europe as a whole, which is often identified with European Union unjustly, then you will see that it operates as a representation of national literatures. So what is happening with those who are writing outside the nation? They are marginalized and invisible because they don't fit any of these dominant frameworks. This is the work we want to do. We want to make them visible and recognizable. This is just the list of the partners, and I don't want to lose too much time here. But the point is here with the 4 fields around which our project is being organized. We are going within 11 so-called work packages, which will be 11 PhD projects. We are going to approach their topics or the research within these works from 4 dominant perspectives. One is transnational women's literature and its travels, points of entry and pathways, where we are going to look into the ways in which writers are predominantly migrating and coming to transform what is the field of something which is visible as European literary field. By having said that, I want to say that our first task will be to problematize the concept of European, what does it mean to be European, and Europeanness, and to claim actually that that cannot be exclusionary, but only open inclusionary concept, which is open to be rethought and reinterpreted depending on a number of ways, and that being European doesn't mean any kind of stable identity. On just to claim, on the other hand, that Europeanness is a concept which has to be problematized, particularly from the point of view of its colonial legacy and of the ways in which it has been produced and has to be critically unpacked. The second perspective is transnational genres, crossing borders in gender, form, space, and identity. The third one would be transnational women intellectuals, multilingualism, and decolonizing European pedagogies. Because one of the important points for the project we are working on is to look into the way literature is being taught across Europe, and by bringing different perspective upon what are the values and who are the authors which are constituting what is European literary field nowadays, we really hope to decolonize the way literature is being both taught, presented, and valued. And finally, we are looking at the borders of what is considered to be literary field, and we are looking at the relations between literature and cultural production, talking about intermediality as a form of translation and the other forms of translation as well. Studying, you see here, Utopian decolonial perspective, study of contemporary literature and transnational gender perspective calls for critical rethinking of categories to be used, bringing into focus those who have been and continue to be marginalized for writing outside the nation. It opens space for new evaluation practices. An attempt to think Europeanness of European literature as transnational literature puts in question the Eurocentric macro narrative of Western civilization, affirming border thinking and critical whiteness studies as prerequisites for further discussion on European literature as an open and inclusive concept. And having said that, I want to say that one of the outcomes of our project is not only to train PhD students and support them in producing 11 monographs in the field, and by doing that also map the field. We hope to contribute to setting the frame for a possible theory of transnational literature, which will follow all of these principles in thinking about what literature, transnational literature, is supposed to mean and can be. And we hope to produce a dictionary of transnational women's literature in Europe. In Europe is because this is simply the limit of the project, and this is setting a frame. It's partly limited by the funding. I have also to say that the funder is European Commission, because it is doctoral training network project. But we managed to also problematize that border because we have 2 United Kingdom universities as partners, and we hope really in working with the concept of Europeanness to work along the lines of what I have presented here. We hope that this dictionary will be a kind of the book which will help push further thinking about literature in that direction. And that's a point where I think, yes, I'm going to close, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Yasmina. Thank you for bringing this very interesting project to our awareness. It sounds like it'll be great fun. Are there any questions in the room or questions online? Questions and comments? If not, then I'd like to ask a question. Yasmina, you mentioned in the beginning post-Yugoslav literature.
Yes.
Is post-Yugoslav literature forming a central focus of the project, or is it just one of many different types?
Thank you for your question, because I thought I have little material, and then I realized I have much more, so I was cutting. Post-Yugoslav literature is my private project, where I actually am myself Yugoslav, and the outcome of the dismemberment of Yugoslavia as a project which was based upon extreme nationalism, which reflected in the culture and literature as well, was something that continues to be a problem I'm grappling with. And thinking about post-Yugoslav literature as something which can be thought about in a coherent, theoretically grounded way through the concept of transnational literature is something that I am dealing with. And against thinking about post-Yugoslav literature as something which is just territorial denomination, I am in my work proposing a more coherent approach and trying to propose that as a concept which is, of course, heuristic to an extent, but at the same time grounded in theory. That was the starting point from which I was thinking further how this whole theory of transnational literature could and should be established as more relevant and influential. And there is a number of people working around it, not so much in feminist and gender perspective. So the current project is actually coming out of shared work and interest of a number of literary scholars who want to push further a possibility and a chance to think strategically about what are the possibilities that open up in putting together gender, intersectional, and transnational perspective in reading further literary studies. I would like to mention here foundational texts, one of the texts which can nicely show what we are talking about when we are talking about transnational perspective. Susan Stanford Friedman has an important text about the transnational turn in narrative theory, when she's showing how the famous trope of Shakespeare's sister, which somehow just by being this literary figure of a woman who's talented equally as her brother but doesn't have a chance to realize her potentials, and in Virginia Woolf's perspective ends up very sadly as a witch who dies and, you know, is buried in an unknown crossroad. That actually it is a trope, as Susan Friedman shows, which is taken from a number of women writers from the colonies before Virginia Woolf took it over. And Virginia Woolf uncovers the example of Swarna Kumari Devi, Tagora's older sister, who actually was in that position to be educated at home while her brother went to the best schools, similarly to Virginia Woolf herself, who was educated at home while her brother went to best universities, etc., etc. So thinking through, let's say, Eurocentric macro narrative, we would talk about Shakespeare's sister, thinking only through, oh, how women in Europe with Shakespeare as a center of literary world forever is being perceived. But what Susan Friedman opens up is how these tropes have to be looked at transnationally, and only transnational perspective help us understand circulation of these ideas and the way how they come to be recognized, promoted, but also what they mean, what is the real meaning behind them. I hope I answered your question, but thank you for opening the possibility to add this as well to what I was saying.
Thank you. Any comments online? Any comments in the room? Okay, Danai?
Thank you, Jasmina. Maybe your last comment on Shakespeare helped me segue, because also then Shakespeare is being imposed backwards into Europe, then also produces a particular method of reading Shakespeare as well as gender and so more recent categories. I'm curious about Europe as a formation, particularly as related to Yugoslav, not only in terms of a back and forth relation to nation and literature, which often come together, but so the kind of West Asia's transformation of itself into Europe, and is necessarily not inclusive, and yet there's a gesture for potential inclusion. And in fact, the territories you're just, topologically and topographically that, are in this kind of border zone of inclusion and non-inclusion into that transformation. The technique of the nation has been precise in making that border foreclosed. And it has also had violent consequences, precisely which comes up in literature, what's minor and what's major. And entering into Europe has not necessarily helped anyone, particularly even now in the collapse of Europe as an idea. So I'm wondering about the optimism of Europe itself. It's so recent, it's so new, and it's been quite unhelpful for people around it. And the border, and in fact, what the border of trying to make a Europe in this collapse mode is that it's this deep anxiety of its porousness. And so it's like this, that it sustains itself, but it's like this lingering of West Asia, which is a previous ignored or forgotten. It's amnesia, but it's recent and it's longer standing, right? And it's field of experience prior to the demands for becoming Europe, which don't demand a colonial elsewhere. It's inside, right? It's not an elsewhere. It's like, oh, now I can be at home and study because someone will do my labor for me. That elsewhere is the present, but it's also conjured in the spaces of West Asia where Europe can and cannot be constructed. So yeah, it's the optimism for me temporally across the very short period of time of Europe wishing itself. Why the inclusion when in fact Europe doesn't want us? Also Yugoslavia, Europe doesn't want, so the transnational is a rescue, but you're asking to be rescued by someone who doesn't want to rescue you.
Can I?
Yes, of course.
Well, thank you very much for that very important question. I can try to answer parts of it by actually separating parts of it. First of all, you're using the word optimism. I have to say, yes, there is a lot of optimism, even naivete on my side, in a sense. First of all, I have to say that it doesn't again come across from what I'm saying. We are fully aware that, and I am fully aware that the concept of transnational is not an unproblematic concept in itself. In literary theory, I'm using it with a lot of optimism, if you wish, and a lot of positive connotations because I find it as a useful tool against something which I find very problematic in literary studies, and that is nationalism of national canons and methodological nationalism in reading literatures only through the framework of national literary traditions. And I am applying that to the European context because I think that it is very detrimental there, and using the example of former Yugoslavia. Former Yugoslavia and post-Yugoslav literature is an interesting example here from the colonial perspective because it is at the border in between East and West. And it is being all the time othered and orientalized while trying to position itself differently. And the whole complex of terms here from the Balkans, Western Balkans, Central Europe, Central and Eastern Europe, each of them opening differently, the problem of the borders open up here. But what you are saying here that we are trying to salvage something, I think we are trying, maybe I am not understanding our own project well enough or implications, it's also possible. But what I think we are trying to do is actually we are trying to offer critical mirror to European literature, to offer tools and the critical mirror to understanding that any way to think Europe and Europeanness is to completely open up and problematize the concept. And there is a nice example for that. And that can be done from feminist and gender perspective. There is a nice example of European Journal of Women's Studies, which has been all the time in thinking, what does it mean to be European Journal of Women's Studies? Rethinking, is there European feminism? Coming all the time to the conclusion that it's an impossibility. European feminism is actually something which is open up to all the relevant issues which are not necessarily located in Europe and based in Europe or have exclusively European label. So in that sense, I think if we want to save anything, and I never thought in that terms, I have to say, it's opening wider and supporting all the existing attempts of within Europe to think critically about itself, to take into account all the legacies of colonialism, to understand what makes nowadays situation as it is, and in that sense, search for the terms to think for the future. And that's what probably is the ultimate goal of this undertaking.
Yasmina, thank you very much, and thank you for your paper. We'll move on to the next speaker. Our third speaker is Irma Erlingsdottir. She's speaking on the French Moroccan writer Leila Slimani and white feminism. Irma, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm very pleased to be here and there with you. I wanted to share my PowerPoint slides. So given the theme of this session, I decided to change slightly my topic to make it fit better with it. So instead of focusing on Leila Slimani, I've been working on translating her lately. I decided to engage with the post-colonial aspects of Assia Djebiar's writing. In his book, Maghreb Pluriel, Abd el-Kebir Khatibi writes in my translation, the French language is not the French language. French is more or less all the internal and external languages that dissolve it. I will look at the approach and loci or localities of certain Francophone writers as regards the French language, taking as a case in point the Algerian writer Assia Djebar and Ellen Sixou. Assia Djebar is an Algerian-born writer and filmmaker whose widely admired work explored the plight of women in the male-centric Arab world. Djebar died in 2015. She wrote more than 15 books, including novels, plays, and poems, which were translated into 23 languages. Among them were the novels So Was the Prison, about the subordination of women in Arab society, and Algerian White, a meditation on violence and death in Algeria, as well as the short story collection, The Tongue's Blood Does Not Run Dry. Ellen Sixou, also Algerian born.
Irma, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I do apologize. Please forgive me, but your presentation is cut in half. And our technical team are saying that this could be a problem from your side. Would you mind seeing if you can address it?
My PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Oh, so what's that about? Sorry. Does it work
so
now?
Much better. Yes,
okay.
It's great.
Oh,
Thank you. Please carry on.
This is strange. Okay, is it okay now? Yeah.
Yes, it's fine now. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so both women have 2 or more tongues, or the official one and their mother tongues. Their backgrounds appear as inscriptions of irreducible differences as regards language, culture, race, sex, gender, geography, and more. Interestingly, they consider the French language as an imaginary literary territory or a borderless country. So Francophone literature, or literature by authors from the former French colonies or from other territories where French is spoken, is often defined as a minority literature or regional literature, while definitions in this vein are dated, to say the least. An etymologically related concept promises to offer a more fruitful reading of the literature in question. Minor literature, introduced by Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari in Kafka Towards a Minor Literature, is a helpful term in trying to understand the status and locality of Francophone writers who write on the territorial borders of cultures and languages, and to even make this position a main factor in the writings. So Deleuze and Guattari named 3 characteristics of minor literature, the first being that the language of such literature is dependent on what they call deterritorialization. According to Deleuze and Guattari, the deterritorialized individual, or the one without a territory to call his or her own, is an outsider belonging to a minority. The territorialized subject is the one that has staked a claim in a territory and is therefore at home in an empowered position. Nomadology, in which constant deterritorialization or territorialization takes place, calls on ruthlessness, and the cartography or mapping that calls on an imaginative and daring forays or essays into unknown territories, make maps, never copies the dictum. So the second characteristic of minor literature is that it is political, and the reason for this are quite obvious and can be traced to all sorts of oppression and social exclusion brought to a great degree about by colonialism. The third characteristic of minor literature is that in it everything takes on the hue of a common or a social value, and even a revolutionary value. The concept of minor literature refers to a revolutionary state of literature within the recognized literary tradition, the big tradition, rather than a particular literature. So to practice minor literature is then, according to Deleuze and Guattari, I quote, writing like a dog digging a hole, a rat digging its burrow, and to do that finding his own point of underdevelopment, his own patois, his own third world, his own desert. End of quote. So this is about then dispatching the meanings of the major language and replacing them with his or her own, all while using the language he or she is simultaneously deconstructing. So among the concepts that Francophone writers have developed in order to clarify their position inside the language is the one coined by the Moroccan writer Abdelkader Khatibi, I quoted earlier, bilang or bi-tongue. Khatibi writes in French, but his mother tongue is Arabic. He relates the concept of bi-tongue to the concept of translation and likens the job of the writer to that of the translator. The mother tongue is constantly at work, he says, in the foreign language, and in between these languages, a constant translation takes place. Khatibi converts oppositions into errands and vagabondage, or roving and vagrancy. He avoids the dualism that limits Moroccan literature to speculation about whether French has come out on top or Arabic. The most important thing is to bring to light a new facet within or in between languages, Khatibi says. In the book Maghreb Pluriel, he notes, all these Moroccan Francophone literatures are narrations of translations. I do not mean that they are not or only or simply translations. I emphasize that these are narrations that speak tongues. The Algerian writer Assia Djebar considered the French language as her only territory in which she made a place for herself on its borders. Between two languages or tongues is a main concept in her poetics. The concept expresses the interstice that connects French and Arabic. This connection is marked by conflict and distrust, but also sometimes by mutual respect. In scholarly articles, she has discussed the complex relation between what she calls the register of exile and the language of the irreducible. But this relation is also the subject of her literary works. Asia Djebar's mother tongue is Arabic, and it connects her to the community of Algerian women, she says. Djebar, however, obtained her education in the French education system and does not write in classical Arabic. She is therefore situated in between cultures, two ideologically different worlds. The reasons for her being educated in this manner is that her father was a teacher in a French school, and he took Asia with him to work. Thus, she was not locked up at home, and she was allowed to stay outdoors without a veil. She enjoyed exceptional liberation, but she had a price to pay. She had to learn the language of the colonizer. Djebar has stated that in order to break the fetters of the French, it is necessary to use force on it, especially by making it be linguistic, polluted with colloquial Arabic, and therefore inscribe it with the marks of her nation and the history of her silenced Algerian sisters. It is on the borders of languages that Asia Djebar confronts the impossibility of writing in French. She sees it as her duty to testify to what her country has been through, but in order to preserve the memory, she is forced to use French, the so-called foreign language or the language of the colonizer. And further, she has to remove from this written language the heavy shadow that rests on it because of its past in Algeria. Her novels are sort of a historical palimpsest. Djebar documents and rewrites her story in the ellipsis or lacuna in the discourse of the other, being either colonial power or patriarchal tradition. She extracts the silenced voices and the resistances of Algerian women and reacts to French narrative of the colony from a gendered perspective.
Irma, you have 10 minutes left.
Okay, thank you.
10 minutes.
Yes. Yeah. The language of the irreducible stands for the memories that Djebar inscribes into language. She fills the French with Arabian tongues, silences, and the voices of women, Algerian culture and history. In this way, French becomes her language. To tell these memories, Djebar says that it is necessary to turn French language on itself and shake off the dubious dust of colonization, violence, and bloodshed. The language of the irreducible is also the no that resounds within her and in her work, a no of subversion, resistance, and rebellion against the silencing of Algerian history, culture, and legacy, and not least against the invisibility of Algerian women in history and culture. In this way, the French language, the register of exile, makes room for the irreducible. Ellen Sixu, like Djebar, was born and raised in Algeria. So here are the two writers. They belong to the same generation, Djebar, Asia Djebar, and Ellen Sixu. Sixu's surroundings were a multilingual one, and in which German and French were spoken at home, but Arabic and Spanish on the streets. This multilingual community and the political and historical era she lived through as a child has had everlasting effects on her writing and thinking. As a child, she experienced racial hatred and the oppression and exclusion as a woman on the one hand and a Jew on the other. Her mother fled Nazi Germany in 1933, and her father was forbidden to practice medicine in Algeria because of an anti-Semitic laws put into practice by the Vichy government in the Second World War. Thus, Sixu quite early on got to know a variety of racial and sexual prejudice in the Algerian society, and on top of this, of course, was the unmitigated oppression of the French colonialism. So Sixu moved to France in 1955, and like Asia Djebar, she sought there an identity that was not constituted on a nationalistic base, but on literature and writing. She holds language to be her foreign personal country, which sounds a bit strange or uncanny. And indeed, Siksu enters unmapped territories in her travels with and in the language. In one of her books, she announces, "I'm in the yards of the book. I sense her biting into me on all sides. It has a plurilingual mouth." Siksu enables foreign French languages to speak, French tongues that the official authentic French has held prisoners. In one place, she says, "Well, words are our doors to other worlds. For the one that has lost everything, a loved one or a country, the language becomes the land of the country. One lives in the country of the language." In the same text, she writes under the headline of "The Paradox of the Passport," text I have reproduced here. "Each time I look at it, I fear that I will be exposed because it is and has always been a forgery, a lie, a forgery, false, illegal use against and with my consent. The verb to be has always been uncomfortable for me. What are you? Are you French? Who am I? And am I supposed to answer with a word or by checking a box? On the other hand, the statement "I am French" is a lie and a fabulation. To say I'm not French is, on the other hand, a breach of common courtesy and ingratitude for the hospitality I've been shown. This hospitality has been uneven and uncertain from the hand of the state and nation, while the hospitality of the language has been abundant. Siksu's fictions offer adventures in which the unending richness of her writings electrifies the text. The French philosopher Derrida has said about Siksu, I quote, "She has a unique way of making the language talk. The most ordinary colloquialism and expressions are found to be teeming with secrets. She knows how to make language say that which it preserves within itself, and in this way draws it out of itself." The language itself, French, is the subject. The language has its say, and its possibilities is the infrastructure of the text. The objective is not to say this or that, but to listen to the language speak. A daring overactivation of the language has the effect of making her texts almost impossible to translate. The gender of word and personal pronouns can play an important role, but this is lost in translation. In her texts, phonetically similar words are places for transitions and transformations. The same goes for expressions and cliches that Siksu takes to task. So Ellen Siksu, she works with the threefold meaning of the French word genre or gender in a biological context concerning species, a linguistic context, and a literary one. Perhaps it is the collective functionality of these factors that characterizes Siksu's work. Gender does not represent categories or results, but rather in certain ways an determination or hesitation. As regards the subject, the emphasis shifts from "who am I" to "where I," without a verb, and also how far do I, you, the other reach. Thus, it is not the categories that matters, but the borders, separating line, the interstice, that which is in between. The sexes, genders come together and become something other, a third. The genders are just as the subject, indeterminate and complex on the border and subject to difference. Siksu's writings are oxymoronic, as in the juxtaposition of two opposite concepts that appear to be incompatible. Therefore, we meet that which is in between two. Siksu indeed speaks of being between two. In a recent novel, Siksu says, "Everything that lives is oxymoronic." This is perhaps the main rule in her text. The oxymoron connects opposite, makes distance irrelevant, and bridges gaps. So to conclude, to bridge gaps, be in between, is a characteristic of Francophone writers who work with differences and the impossibility of expression in the work. And as Jacques Derrida has maintained in his book, Monolinguism of the Other, the status of writers such as Khatibi and Siksus and Asia Jebbar are unique, but this singular status is also an example of a universal structure that shows a sort of a primitive renunciation or alienation that makes each language a language of the other. At the same time, this could be a prime example of the impossible ownership of languages, thus the French language. So thank you.
Thank you, Irma. It was a fascinating presentation. Are there any questions or comments? Are there any comments online? No, nothing at all. Impressed by your research that it was. I think that's what I have to conclude. Danai has a comment though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. You can use somebody else's if you want. Mike is coming.
Thank you. I'm sorry, my brain is going back to my notes. Thank you for that. And I'm wondering also, Francophone to Francophonie, in some ways, and I'm wondering about the direction of thinking about where and how Francophonie operates in these kind of multiple vernaculars of language. If internal also, because there's a kind of receding, when French is a national language that recedes a range of other formations, socio and ethnic formations of language to produce a national culture, which is really a sociological national culture and not the ethnic culture of prior languages. So then it seems also that French versus Francophonie implies a particular entry into Europe as related to previous conversation, and yet the continuous presence, so maybe the other becomes to represent that which is lost in between, as one enters the kind of national language, literally in many ways, and yet there's still an attachment to the territory of language and ethnicity in the prior, present, in the present. So there's a weird tension of inside that's not, and then the other becomes the representational form in a multiplicity of language formations where you didn't, where people didn't need to come from Morocco, but they are already present because of what national language is actually doing and operating in, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this comment. You're completely right. And this is kind of the tension I was trying to explain and describe through the writings and work of Ellen Sixu and Asya Jabbar. A very complicated one, indeed.
Thanks for that. Any other comments or questions? If not, then Irma, thank you very much for your paper. And we'll move on to the last paper of the session, which is from Geeta Chandra. And the title is, Why Do White Women Get Raped in Raj Nostalgia Literature? Decolonizing Trauma. Geeta, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just by way of clarification, I added violence, gender, and the decolonization of trauma, just in case the paper itself is not clear enough as to the connections I'm trying to make. It's actually amazing to be on a panel in which we're actually discussing literature itself. It gladdens my literary heart. Okay, so why do white women get raped in Raj nostalgia literature? As Britain lost many of its Asian and African colonies between the late 1940s and the mid 1960s, a new genre of fiction emerged from England in the decade from the mid 60s to the mid 70s, which was quickly labeled Raj nostalgia. These were novels of both the 1857 uprising and of the heyday of the British Raj. And while some are quite complex in the portrayal of the colonial relationship, and I hope we can talk about those later, they are nevertheless full of dashing Englishmen and stoic English women, savage native men, and seductive Indian women. So Valerie Fitzgerald's Zamindar, J.G. Farrell's The Siege of Krishnapur, MMK's The Far Pavilions, Paul Scott's 4-novel series, The Raj Quartet, John Master's Night Runners of Bengal were just the most famous in a host of such titles. Several of these were subsequently made into movies or TV serials, the most popular of which was Paul Scott's The Jewel at the Crown series in the early 80s. Differing in literary quality and layered in terms of political content, these nostalgia novels did share some common tropes, and one of them is the white English woman raped by an Indian man. And this trope, familiar to readers from Foster's earlier 1924 novel, A Passage to India, turns up repeatedly in popular classics. I put it in quotes, but we can discuss that, such as the first of the Raj Quartet novels, The Jewel in the Crown, among many others. As Salman Rushdie pointed out in an article in 1984, the trope of the English woman being raped by an Indian man is a strange one, considering that given the colonial situation, it should have been the Indian woman being raped by the British man. This is not just historically more fitting, but also a more appropriate literary configuration of the colonial situation. One of the reasons, perhaps, that the Raj nostalgia novels focus on or reference the events of 1857 is that the uprising, while almost successful in overthrowing the British East India Company's hold on the country, was decisively put down. And as such, it is a tempting historical context for novels written in the wake of the dissolution of the British Empire from the 40s to the mid-60s. But this would make Rushdie's question even more germane. Would not the trope of the British man subduing and taking possession of the Indian woman be a more fitting one? Indeed, historical and other accounts of the uprising of 1857 detail the many ways in which the body of the white woman is fetishized in order to spur British soldiers to action against the revolutionaries. As Jenny Sharp almost 30 years ago showed so persuasively, the body of the white woman as constantly desired and defiled by the colonized native is the very foundation of the colonial narrative. From the most effete Asian man to the mighty King Kong, and the white woman is universally desired and globally defended. During the uprising, stories abounded of natives outraging the modesty of English mem sahibs, and tokens of torn fabric and locks of hair became holy relics used to whip British soldiers into frenzies of revenge against the rebellious native. And yet, in his book on the uprising of 1857, Rudrangshu Mukherjee cites numerous references to transcripts of interviews with British officers that were made immediately in the aftermath of the uprising, who repeatedly assert that in all the violence of the mutiny, I quote, the thought of rape never crossed the native's mind, unquote. In the aftermath of the subjugation of the uprising, this is a remarkable position for so many Englishmen and officers of the time to take. What then to make of these competing public archives, narratorial histories, and memories, and their fictional memorializations? Why does British fiction so counterintuitively remember its colonial past in terms of being raped? And why do British officers, speaking of an incident of the horrific killing of British women and children, absolve all Indian men of even the intent of rape? One of the ways to approach these questions is to think in terms of the nature of violence that colonialism in general, but the colonization of India in particular, entailed. In the context of colonialism, we think so much in terms of memory because we are so often faced with its erasure. Not just the most obvious kinds of erasure, as in the mass destruction of physical documents that, for instance, Operation Legacy exemplifies, but in terms of the nature of violence. So we might think of the opposite of remember, not as forget, but as dismember. If we are to consider the trope of rape in these novels as signifying the violent subjugation of one civilization by another, then perhaps an interrogation of specific kinds of colonial violence and what they have to do with colonial narratives would be pertinent. 1857 is remembered by Indian historians as the First War of Independence, although for many years it went by the British title, The Great Mutiny. Bloody and sometimes inconceivably brutal, the war is signposted by several significant battles, massacres, and sieges. Two of those, the Sati Chora and the Bibighar massacres, are perhaps the most studied as event, memory, and narrative. So very quickly, for those of us who are not familiar with it, granted safe passage from a besieged fort in Kanpur, about 700 British men, women, and children are brought out and placed into boats that will take them to a British encampment in Allahabad. The men are allowed to keep their arms and ammunition, the British men that is, and the whole procession is guarded by the Indian armed rebels. It's unclear, there are differing accounts as to who opened fire first, but as firing breaks out on the banks of the river, almost all the British are killed. 176 women and children survive and are taken to a structure called the Bibi Ghar and locked into the compound of that building. A few days later, these women and children are killed and their bodies are flung into a well. In the Raj nostalgia novels, the Bibi Ghar turns up as the site of the rape of the white woman repeatedly. A Bibi Ghar, meaning literally the house of the wife, was where British officers housed their Indian wives. Indeed, Hugh Wheeler, the commander of the cantonment where the British were besieged, had an Indian wife himself who was housed, in fact, in a place that was called the Bibi Ghar. In a sense, we can see why this might be the site of the humiliation of the English woman, but this would still position the English man as the perpetrator and construct both women, Indian and British, as his victims. And the novels do not produce the kind of self-aware consciousness of British colonialism that would be needed to situate such a positioning of the colonizer. I will argue instead that this gender trope in these novels accesses an event of extreme trauma. Retribution from British forces for the Bibi Ghar massacre was swift and violent, the rebels being forced to clean the gory floors and walls of the building with their tongues before they were killed. In a war that was infamous for the iconic image of rebels being tied to the mouths of cannons and blown up, this incident is not more remarkable than the others in the imaginative nature of its violence. What is remarkable, however, is the assertion of every single British officer who offered his views, opinions, perspective, or memory of this incident in the immediate aftermath of the war, that, as I quoted before, the thought of molestation or rape never once crossed the natives' mind. And this leads us into the nature of the event of violence that the Bibi Ghar massacre was. It carried no eyewitnesses at all once the few perpetrators were killed. It is an event that seemingly cannot be accessed through historical data or personal memory. Enclosed and opaque as the building that the 176 victims were imprisoned in, and dark and deep as the well into which their bodies were thrown, the trauma of this event is more than just its violence. It exemplifies the site of trauma that, in Kathy Carruth's formulation, is marked by silence. Remarkable in many ways, the Bibi Ghar massacre is also the only incident of British women and children being attacked by the militant rebels that is noteworthy for historical record. So there were other attacks and there were other women, but they were singular, they were arbitrary or incidental. This is the one big event of its kind. If the desecration of the English woman's body by the native, in thought as much as in deed, was the single most fearful fear, forceful fear of the Englishman and soldier, then the comment made years later by Captain Garnet Wolseley, who saw the site at Kanpur immediately after the event, is significant. I quote, "A more sickening, a more maddening sight no Englishman has ever looked upon. Upon entering the blood-stained rooms, the heart seemed to stop. The horror of the scene was appalling and called up our worst angry passions. It awoke in us, the countrymen of these helpless victims, a fiendish craving for the blood of the cowardly murderers. The idea that a native should have dared to put his hands upon an Englishman was too much," unquote. The fact that the rebellious native is accused of laying hands on an English man, even while he is absolved of even the thought of molestation of the English women in an event in which no Englishman was involved, allows us to see the literary trope as exposing the anxieties aroused by the uprising that threatened to reveal the mask of masculinity that the colonizer wore as mere swagger that could be defeated by a concerted call to arms by the native. Not simply the success, but even the mere fear of it seems to have been enough to shake the certainty of superiority that both justified and maintained the enterprise of colonialism. Very different in its nature, the Sati Chowra massacre reverberated in the consciousness of both Indian rebels and British soldiers as an extremely public demonstration of mastery of the native over the colonizer, a public and spectacular subjugation that the private and enclosed assault upon the Englishwoman underscored. So in both their ways, as a big, vast spectacle of mastery of the English, the Indian over the English, and the very small, enclosed, dark, massacre, Bibi Ghar massacre, both of them from different directions seem to underscore this mastery of the Indian native over the British colonizer. In other words, what the uprising of 1857 in general and these two events in particular revealed to the British might well have been the possibility that the Indian would emerge the male, emasculating the defeated or even adequately challenged British colonizer, casting the Englishman in the role of the weak, assaulted, and subjugated female. From this deep-seated anxiety emerges, I think, the figure of the British woman repeatedly raped at the Bibi Ghar, in the caves, it doesn't much matter where, by the Indian male. In this narrative, there is at the same time a kind of appropriation or mimicry of colonial trauma. In substituting the Indian victim British perpetrator with British victim and Indian perpetrator, the trauma of the rape of the colonies has been erased and indeed rendered impossible, a narrative that circulated at the time and continues to find currency in the public sphere in myriad ways. In 1984, the TV serialization of Paul Scott's Jewel in the Crown Quartet had already proved wildly popular, as had David Lean's movie adaptation of Foster's A Passage to India. Rushdie's observations in the 1984 article marking the year of Orwell's eponymous novel are pertinent, I think, today, when a similar narratival movement seems to be much at hand. Even while British and other European school systems continue to omit or whitewash the centuries of colonization and imperialism and their ongoing trauma from their curricula, that is, that it is sometimes taught, but it's not mandatory. Popular media, through TV serials and movies, engages in a historiography that seeks to retell and refashion people and events of the time in a more becoming light. So you have movies like Churchill, which reinstate the man shorn of his racism and cruelty, while movies like Dunkirk whitewash all non-white soldiers and women off the battlefields of World War II. You have Abdul and Victoria, which emphasizes the warm and mutually affectionate relationship between Queen Victoria and a very masculine but very subservient Indian servant. TV serials like The Crown bring us a sympathetic and personal version of the British monarchy, where the affects of tragedy and pathos attach to the person of the Queen, an appropriation or transference of the trauma of the colonized people. When she becomes queen, for instance, she's in fact in Belgium, in Kenya, with the revolution happening there, the rebellion. At the same time, attempts to reread this historical narrative in more decolonial ways prompt political commentators and academics like Niall Ferguson, for instance, to deploy the colonial narrative of modernity, to claim that only regressive academics remain trapped within the stray, unfortunate events of barbarity in Asia and Africa, while more enlightened and modern thinkers see the larger contribution towards enlightenment and modernity that the British Empire contributed to the world through its rule over Asia and Africa. The Queen's funerary commentary repeatedly included references to Her Majesty's Commonwealth realms that joined the British in extolling her virtues and mourning her death. Her presumed feminine fragility is foundational to the narrative of her brave and selfless service. Her punishing schedules, her subservience of her own life and desires to the higher calling of duty to nation, etc. Her so-called Commonwealth realms were represented by their largely male leaders, folding this reverse gendering back into the now familiar colonial trope and its appropriation of trauma. So I would have liked to offer some readings of, close readings of A Passage to India, for instance, or from The Jewel in the Crown, where more than male-female, there is also this very homoerotic relationship between Merrick and Harry Kumar and so on. But that would have taken me far beyond my 20-minute limit. And so I'm going to end a little before that limit, and hopefully we can discuss it if anyone is interested. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Giti. We did have a few also have plenty of time, so maybe somebody can ask Iti to engage in some of her close readings that she promised us at the end of the talk. Iti, would you like to use a few minutes of the remaining time just to do some close readings from Passage to India or the Jewel and the Crown for us?
Sure. So in A Passage to India, I don't know how many people are familiar with it. It's taught, in curricula so often that I'll just assume that everyone knows the story. But when Adela says or feels that she has been assaulted in the caves of Marabar by Aziz, who's a Muslim man, and Adela is a young British woman who's betrothed to an Englishman, and she comes from England for the marriage. It's interesting, I think, that is the cave. And of course, Foster has this very philosophical reading of the cave, and he ties it up with Hindu mysticism and so on and so forth. But for my purposes, it's useful, I think, to see that cave, and it's making nonsense of everything that is said. It comes back in the same boom, no matter what you say to it. I think, to me, this really functions as this archetypal primordial site of trauma. And I think that Foster, wittingly or unwittingly, I don't know, leaves it up to us to see what that trauma is. And in the novel, of course, he describes different kinds of trauma. He describes colonial trauma. So what's interesting about this book, and of course, the Jewel in the Crown series, is that they come from a position of sympathy to the colonial narrative. They are quite clear about how violent the colonial enterprise is. But at their heart, they preserve, at least Foster's does, preserves this idea that this is, in the end, a good thing. And so I think that one of the things that happens with this book and with Jewel in the Crown, where the encounter is between the British man Merrick, who's a police officer, and Hari Kumar, but he's called Harry Coomer in the book, is that is a much more homoerotic, sort of situation in which, of course, Hari Kumar is sought to be emasculated and feminized, and he's brutalized in actually very, very distinctive ways by Merrick as a police officer. And I think that even though these books are coming to this encounter from this very sort of anti-colonial, sympathetic to the Indian perspective, there is a point at which that effort, that attempt, that enterprise is afraid to look itself in the face. And so while Foster will bring us up to the caves, he'll bring us up to Mrs. Moore, who is so, compassionate and empathetic and feels the pain of the natives and everything. That Mrs. Moore narrative is subsumed under religion and spirituality. Aziz's encounter with Fielding is subsumed under human friendship, etc. And so it's as if Foster brings us up to the point and then backs off. And this is actually something that I've been following in different novels of the time and others, where the writer will bring you right up to the point of actually looking colonialism or imperialism in its face, and then just back off. It's in the case of the Jewel in the Crown, for instance, Merrick says to Hari Kumar, he says that there will never be friendship between you and me. There will never be equality between you and me. Our relationship depends on contempt on my side and fear on yours. And so, yeah, I think that the books are very complex in their depiction. There's a lot in Jewel in the Crown, for instance, where Paul Scott will keep saying how handsome Hari Kumar is. And he takes great effort to say he's handsome in the European way. So not some exotic native beauty that you may or may not find beautiful, but handsome in the European way, where the only thing different is the color of his skin. He could have been a very handsome European man. And so there's this very, very complex sort of depiction. But I think that the cave, or this Bibi Ghar well, this idea that this is a site of trauma that the writer figures and puts as a symbolic thing into the novel, but never actually looks it right in the eyes and doesn't want to see it looking back. So I should, I mean, I can go on forever.
Thank you. Thank you for that, that for just elaborating a little bit more, and we can see how your analysis goes into the actual details of the texts, and fascinating, absolutely fascinating. I must say, as a literary scholar, this session, because it's been so literary dominated, it's really gladdened the cockles of my little heart as well. Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
I see Annika's hand up online.
Oh, Annika, yes, please. We only have time for one question. I'll just explain later. Yes, we can hear you, Annika. Go ahead.
Perfect. Yes, so thanks very much for this talk. And I'm sorry if I bring attention back to Europe, but I was wondering if you see any relation to like the discourses, the typically racist discourses in like the way I know them from Germany and Switzerland, where like the fear and the stories of like non-white, especially Muslim men raping white women is like the dominant trope. And I think on the one hand, it's about this racist idea of purity, like they are afraid of the white community becoming unpure. And another point is that they imagine it as a struggle between different groups of men, like a patriarchal struggle, where they are afraid of like their white women, in quotations, being like taken in quotations again by those men, and actually losing the control they want to exercise over their white women. So I was wondering, just because I was triggered that there's maybe some parallels, how you think about that relation. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you, Annika. That's actually an excellent observation. And it's, I think it's really interesting because, you know, the great fear of English women was that the English man going to India, especially, was that they were going native. You know, they would start wearing Indian clothes, they would start having sex with Indian women and have their BB cars and so on and so forth. And then all these young English women would travel by boat, you know, to India, sort of partly to find husbands because, you know, they couldn't find whatever, but also in this concerted effort to save the British man from going native and having all these. So there is this deep anxiety, there is connected to it, as you said, this anxiety of, you know, of passing. So this is, you can see it in the United States, and, you know, all the rape of slave women. And so finally you get people who are white enough to, as they say, pass. And so there is this great fear that color or, you know, being optics is not enough to distinguish the races. And that as a result of all these rapes, there is this obliteration or this confusion or this mixing of racial features and characteristics. And this is a very real fear that you can see in books like Mark Twain's Pudd'nhead Wilson. And then the more recent, remember the Britt Bennett's book that has just come out last year, maybe? It's called The Invisible Half, in which she talks about also this entire, you know, village of people, town of people in the United States who were basically all white, although they were technically Black. So there's that. There's to your, you know, comment about the anxiety over the women. There is, you know, remember the New Year's assault event that happened, maybe was it 2016 in Frankfurt?
It was in Cologne, 2015.
In Cologne, in 2015.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
it was New Year's Eve 2015 to 2016, yes.
Yes, thank you. My brains are fried. In Cologne, not in Frankfurt. And there was this entire thing of how, you know, the Turkish and the other brown, Asian, whatever, are assaulting and molesting white German women. And even though, as you know, in terms of facts or information, very little came out of it, but this demonizing of the you know, the immigrant, the brown immigrant, especially the Muslim brown immigrant, actually, is such a, you know, there's such a clear thread that connects this, you know, to this thing that immigrants are, in fact, we know that immigrants are the ones who keep their heads down and work hard because they're the most vulnerable. But immigrants are then constantly being demonized as being, you know, violent and criminal and bringing their culture into this space. and so on. So there's lots and lots I could say, but thank you so much. That's a whole different sphere. Yeah.
Colleagues, the hotel has asked if we can please go and have our lunch now, because apparently this hotel has turned into sort of conference central and they have very large groups. So they've asked for us to break for lunch now. I just want to ask Divya, do you want us still to be back at 2 or 1:45? 1:45? 2 o'clock. Okay. All right. So I'd like to thank all of the speakers in this paper. Thank you so in this session. It was fascinating. And we'll have a break for lunch and we'll gather back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much, everyone.
Can we start?
Yes. So dear all, I hope you enjoyed your lunch, and I truly regret not being there with you in person. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to session 7. My name is Irma Ellingsdóttir, and I will be chairing the session. I'm a professor at the University of Iceland and the director of Gender Equality Studies and Training Program at the same university. 2 papers will be presented in this session. The first by doctoral student Jessica Noguera Varela, and the second by Professor Drade C. Byrne. So without a further ado, let me introduce the first speaker. Jessica Noguera Varela is an African Brazilian doctoral student in comparative gender studies at the Central European University. Her talk is entitled The Coloniality of Power, Gender Being, Black Feminist and Decolonial Theory in Dialogue. So the floor is yours, Jessica. Please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here, and thank you for this wonderful introduction. My name is Jessica, and I am a PhD student at the Central European University. I am currently visiting at Brunel, and I would like to start by thanking the organizers of the RINGS conference for this opportunity. Thank you so much. I also regret very much not being able to be there in person, especially because of the significance that Durban has due to the anti-racist conference, UN conference in 2001. It's very important. It's a historical landmark for Afro-Brazilians, for the diaspora, for the continent as well. And I understand this to be a very important site in terms of thinking about racial relations and inequality on a global scale. So it's fantastic that the conference is being held there. And I would like to also say hello to Professor Yasmina, who is one of my supervisors, who is also part of the RINGS group, and also to Beth Gunn, and of course to Tamara Sheffer, who was also a part of the committee that judged my research project. And without further ado, I will jump into the presentation I have. I have prepared some slides, and I was wondering if I could share my screen. I hope I can. It says I can, but one never knows with technology. Sometimes it can be a little bit tricky. So can you see my screen? Can someone just confirm? Okay, perfect. So my talk today is going to be about basically the theoretical framework of my research project. And I am very open to receiving critiques and feedback. It's a working project and process. And of course, I will be happy to have your insight if you have anything you'd like to share towards the end of presentations with questions and or comments. So I'm looking first at Black feminist trajectories. And what do I mean by that? I'm looking at the history of Black feminist theory as it is organized in terms of literature, in terms of activism, and in terms of what scholars are calling intellectual activism. So I'm looking at it from the late 1980s, when especially Black feminist writers as Angela Davis, Audre Lorde, the Company River Collective, and others have focused on Black women's positions in society as central to producing knowledge. I'm also looking at the bigger frame of history concerning what happened prior to the 1980s, not only in the US, but also concerning the US. And I'm looking at Black radical women and the work that they have produced. So Claudia Jones, Grace Campbell, Esther Cooper, and so forth. And outside the United States, particularly from the 1930s onwards, I'm looking at Black internationalism and how Black women have built these ties through different networks of activism, of writing, and of support. So for instance, newspapers, Christian missions, associations, Black social movements, such as the Peace Movement of Ethiopia, and so forth. So there is this bigger temporal framework that I'm trying to approach through the writings and activism, intellectual activism of Black women. And in that sense, I'm also trying to understand what coloniality is and what it can be, and how the two theories can dialogue with each other. So not just as theories, but as ways to intervene in the world. I'm thinking about coloniality, especially concerning the southern part of the Americas, so South America. I'm looking at the division that happened in regards to the Latin American Subaltern Study Group and the South Asian Subaltern Study Group. They split around 1988 because of divergences in terms of their approach, temporal approach, in terms of geographical approach, so South America and South Asia, and historical focus. So the South American group was going to start focusing, and by South America, of course, I'm also including in this bigger sphere, the Caribbean, which is really, really important in terms of connecting North America, Central America, and South America. And it also captures this moment of colonization. And so when we're discussing 15th and 16th century processes of especially Western European expansion, we're thinking about how these ties are being built through not only the exchange, economic exchange that is happening in between these colonial powers and those who are being discovered, but I'm also trying to understand how this creates then a framework to think about the global order, which some will say, and this is also part of the argument that I'm building upon, that this is what establishes the foundations of capitalism, global capitalism, exploitation, not only in terms of sexual reproductive exploitation, but also in terms of economic and racialized exploitation and hierarchical order, more specifically. So I'm looking also at Afro-Caribbean thinker Sylvia Wynter, who is Afro-Jamaican, although born in Cuba. And I'm thinking about how she puts together these terms, being, truth, power, and freedom, to understand how the process of privileging Western European forms of knowledge and then subsequently Euro-American forms of knowledge production marginalize particularly peoples of Black African descent and of course Black Africans. So this is a little bit of what I am trying to do. So a tentative definition of the coloniality of power, gender, and being puts together these three keywords to try to understand not only what Quijano is going to say concerns coloniality of power, which is more than colonialism itself, as we all know, but especially concerns the structures that are left after independence, that are left after the colonial moment in itself is over. You have institutions, you have ways of organizing labor, you have ways of organizing race. And these two, he's going to say, are intimately tied. Lugones is going to intervene by saying that Quijano did not fully consider what gender is. And that is a critique that comes from, of course, feminist lenses that are going to argue that gender relations prior to colonization were complicated. It's not that there were no relations in between different aspects of social life, but that they were not organized in the same way with the same principles, or even with the word gender in mind, of course. So that there are different ways of thinking about interactions in between groups of people, and especially thinking about, for instance, age difference as being a category that would be at times more important rather than the sort of division, binary division that we have in the West. And Sylvia Wynter is going to add being, and she's going to argue for coloniality of being as an issue that is going to touch upon especially the construction of what she calls man one and man two, and how that is going to later displace other forms of knowledge, especially, again, particularly Black women, Black people, and people of color in general, which Wynter is going to say end up somehow at the bottom of this sort of scale of being able to have their own epistemologies and ways of knowing and thinking and elaborating on the world. So
10 minutes left.
Perfect, thank you so much. I propose a modified framing that expands upon coloniality as developed by these three critical thinkers. I am, again, just thinking of this historical time, 15th century, 16th century, and these processes of global expansion, and how they still inform the ways in which we understand what Du Bois is going to call the global color line. So this line that divides North-South, that divides white Blackness and other groups. And when I am discussing Blackness, then it becomes a little bit more complicated as well. So I'm thinking about it as the condition of being Black, and I'm drawing as well from Frantz Fanon, who is going to demystify the ways in which we think that scientific racism can explain or thoroughly explain what it is that racism does. And he's going to say that it's not that simple. And he's going to analyze that from the perspective of the psychological impact that it can have on the person who is being racialized as Black. So on the condition of being Black, he's going to say that the Black subject is being consumed by the historicity of colonial racial hierarchies. If they're good, it is in spite of their Blackness, and if they're bad, it is because of their Blackness. So in a sense, you're not allowed to have your own subjectivity, especially not in the same way that a white subject, a white man, but also a white woman would be able to attain such wholeness of being. And then when he explains what anti-Blackness is, what I find important to just quickly highlight here is the way in which it objectifies. The subject starts to see themselves in not only themselves, but how the other, especially this white other, is looking at them and fixating them. How at the same time, even though you demand an explanation, you just cannot really thoroughly explain each and every single racist encounter one has. So when I'm thinking about what it is that anti-Blackness does to the historicity, to the specificity of the position of Black people in general, but of course of Black women in particular, which is the main concern I have here, trying to understand that through the coloniality of power, gender, and being, I'm asking myself what it is that Blackness can do once it dialogues with coloniality, with decolonial theories. So I am trying to create a difference between Black as a social descriptor, a social category, with a very nature of describing it as a skin color or some sort of phenotype, and Blackness is a concept that draws on intellectual activist traditions that span across languages, empires, colonies, geographies, bodies, cultures, generations, and times in the diaspora, continent diaspora continue. So there is a constant dialogue between the continent, especially thinking of West Africa, but of course not only, and also the diaspora more broadly speaking in the Americas, and of course as well in Europe. So Blackness functions as a method of inquiry, a lenses to investigate, understand, and sometimes intervene in the world. And here I list a few examples, such as Black internationalism, Black feminism, Garveyism, Black power, negritude, Harlem Renaissance, etc. There are many. What can then this dialogue consist of? Then I'm trying to think of coloniality of power, gender, and being, and how Blackness would intervene in that by thinking of gendering Blackness. So trying to understand how it is exactly that we can critically read these hierarchies through the concept of Blackness, understanding that gender and sexuality were usually, as Zakia Iman Jackson writes, were usually used to justify the superiority then of white colonizers in relation to or against the abject inhumanity of those who were being colonized, and especially looking at Black women's bodies in order to do that, this classification, right? So the concept of Blackness, I try to argue, is fundamental towards illustrating how this coloniality materially has affected people's lives across the Atlantic, particularly in the Americas and the Caribbean, in Europe, and in the African continent. Conceptualizing Blackness then would require historicizing how colonization of the Americas and the Atlantic slave trade have generated wealth by creating and exploiting racial hierarchies divided along heteropatriarchy. And in that sense, I will start concluding by thinking of what can this gendered understanding of Blackness offer in terms of a theoretical framework, tentatively. So when we are thinking of Michelle and Wright, for instance, she's going to posit that there is a moment in which Black intellectual male thinkers usually will discuss the nation and the possibility of either disputing the space of the nation versus being subsumed by it. And they will typically do that through some sort of analogy or some sort of storytelling that is going to discuss white women. And then the question becomes, where do Black women feature in any of their works? And Michelle M. Wright is going to critique, for instance, Fanon, when she's going to say that in the way that he discusses Black women, he does discuss them, but he does that in a way in which he understands her as without subjectivity, without being able to be her own agent, without being able to react, but more so to be acted upon. And many other Black male thinkers historically will not even mention Black women at all in their writings, in their thinking. So a gendered understanding of Blackness allows us to see where, when, why Black women disappear from intellectual debates, both regarding civilizational feminism, which is a term that Françoise Vergeux recently discussed, and as well as thinking on the discourses of Black intellectual productions from the diaspora and the continent that might be anti-colonial, as Walter Rodney, Kwame Ture, and others are, but they still do not discuss what and where and how Black women would feature in their work and in their theories. And again, in towards Black feminist poetics, Denise Ferreira da Silva, an Afro-Brazilian thinker and writer, is going to think of the category of Blackness and the role of Black feminist critique in terms of liberating Blackness from both history and scientific knowledge, which is a huge task. So she starts to think about these questions and how it is possible maybe to negotiate that Blackness has a meaning which escapes these colonial structures, but that at the same time, in a very material historical sense, it is still stuck in between those different meanings. And that the role of decolonization, radical decolonization, would then be to try to liberate Blackness from this sort of scientific linguistic knowledge. So to conclude, does a gendered understanding of Blackness oppose the coloniality of power gender being? I'd say, based on my literature research and on this framework that I'm proposing, that yes, it does oppose that. And moreover, it can even unsettle it, as Sylvia Winter would say, in terms of thinking of this radical knowledge that is being pushed forward once we understand Black women as the center and not just as the margin of a theoretical framework. And especially understanding how then decolonization, as Denise Ferreira da Silva will say, would require setting up a new way to think of juridical economic architectures of redress, through which global capital would then return the value of Blackness, which in terms of subjectivity has been removed from Black subjects. And there is a bigger argument, which I will not be able to get into right now, but then we have some other ways to think of Blackness, which would then be Blackness in the West, Blackness outside the West, Blackness in diaspora, Blackness in the continent, Blackness in migration. So as people move around, back and forth in between different contexts, internally and externally as well. So I'm thinking, for instance, internal migration in the Caribbean versus migration that goes from Northern Africa to Europe. And thinking as well of Blackness in relation to whiteness. So these are some pointers. I think I still have maybe 1 minute, and I would just like to say thank you so much for your attention. This is my email, and I have some references as well, if anyone is interested in keeping and continuing this dialogue. That's it for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jessica, for a very interesting and informative account of your research. There are most certainly many questions among the audience. So please raise a hand or ask for the micro. In the room or online. Are there some questions or comments? There's one question there. Please go ahead.
Jessica. Yeah, thanks. Hi, Jessica. It's lovely to see you. And again, I'm so sorry you couldn't make it here. Thanks for that lovely overview, which I think is very helpful for many of us in this room, and in fact speaks a lot to some of the issues raised in our keynote this morning as well by Danai. I just wondered, and I'm actually asking this question from an insider point of view, because I also know a bit about your larger project, and in a way what you've presented here is this kind of your thinking and how and what you're drawing on and how you're developing your theoretical, methodological, your onto-epistemological lenses. And I wondered if you wouldn't like to tell us a little bit about how you will be working with that in thinking with the authors, author activists that you're thinking with, because I think people would be really interested. Thanks.
Yes, thank you so much for this wonderful question. So my theoretical framework, which I just very tentatively presented, is being built in order to understand the works of 3 Black women writers, activists who migrated to Western Europe between specifically 1932 until roughly 1992. So I'm looking at Una Marson, who is Jamaican, playwright, poet, activist, at Claudia Jones, who was a journalist, a member of the Communist Party who's deported from the United States in 1955 and who goes to London. And I am also looking at Audre Lorde in her process of becoming a professor at the Freie Universität of Berlin, so the Free University of Berlin in 1984. She goes there as she's invited by another professor as well, Dagmar Schutz, who then recruits her to work there. And she continuously visits Berlin from 1984 until 1992 when she passes. So I'm basically comparing their migration in the context of 1930s, 1950s to London, and then Audre Lorde in 1984, 1992, specifically in Berlin. And I'm trying to understand then how they would gender Blackness through their writing and through their biographies. So that's roughly what I'm doing.
Thank you. Any further questions? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I had to remember where I was. Thanks, Jessica. I was, as you're speaking now, I was thinking about your final slide around the where Blackness is as in relation, and sometimes different kinds of dispositions to being in relation, and then hearing more about it. I remember sitting and listening in that archive, listening to Audre Lorde, like just in groups, community groups speaking. And even though it was the 1980s, it was like 2022. As in that there's a repetition of the kinds of conversations about being in Europe as a Black person that, well, first of all, could be anywhere. So Europe is clearly global, but it also was very specific. And I think also in terms of even that archive belonging to a person at the end of the person's life, not only the institution, but also institution as someone else's collective, and what it means to access it, even to the extent where I'm thinking just a simple like speech. I tried to pin one down that I couldn't get a good version of it. And then I can find it only in Canada, but even when I access it, I need like months of access. So there's weird also things about where does the knowledge get to sit and under what terms and conditions. And also then the interpretive gesture of then how it operates, because not only then is there a security guard, to even begin to touch it, but it seems then to simply also replicate the same conversations that they were having between those historical periods, which in some ways can serve as context, but the context becomes almost meaningless in the sense that I could be having the same experience in 2023. So I'm wondering how that operates, and what it would look like in your final slide if the orientation to that multiplicity of Blackness was a Black intramural. And materially, what would it look like for our laptops? I wrote a will last year. I was like, my laptop goes to these 3 people because I don't want, I had to do that for myself because I've seen it. So I'm saying because it's material that this is a relation to the world because it's real. And yet the architecture that you've constructed may also rely on a Black intramural, where then if Blackness becomes so in crisis because Fanon destroyed everything for us, just kidding, but almost, then what we are lost with is then everything is so figurative that the very conditions for the intramural are then reduced simply to the linguistic or the descriptive, and not the material that when I die, I do not want my laptop to go to some white lady, I don't know.
Yes, thank you. That was an excellent, very provocative, important question. And I think that there are many ways to approach it, but the way which I would prefer to approach it is probably very old-fashioned, but I would still go back to class, and I would still go back to how, historically speaking, Black people specifically have been disenfranchised on a global scale. And I would say that this is really important when we think about where knowledge is and where it comes from. So those two sort of key sentences you just mentioned, because it will also inform how it operates. It will inform which one of us will be able to leave some sort of material archive behind, and who is going to take care of that archive. So to give a brief example, Claudia Jones, her archive didn't exist until 2000s, well into 2000s. She was an activist. She passed in 1964. And there were no archives, not because there was not an interest in her life, but because simply we tend to fall into this continuum within the same continuum that we live on. So in that sense, that's why class makes a lot of difference, because when I'm thinking about her, I'm thinking about a woman who was financially struggling throughout most of her life and well into her deathbed. I'm thinking about the ways in which we are dispossessed and the ways in which materially that really sort of circumscribes what we're able to share and with whom, and how it takes several years for maybe someone to take an interest and to then think, oh, who has this paper, this new news clip, that new clip, the FBI files. So then you sort of collect this information, and then it's brought to the US because of the work of a researcher, of Professor Carol Boyce Davis. So she is the one, as a Black feminist, who's going to take this archival material that was being kept before by a family in London, and then she brings it to the US, to Harlem more specifically. And the same can be said about, well, other Black thinkers, but definitely not about the richness that the diaspora and the continent have in terms of knowledge and in terms of how it can oppose and operate. So I would say that this question is really circumscribed by class and by a lot of discontinuality, if that makes sense. It just doesn't. We have to every time have the intent of building these connections every single time, again and again and again.
So thank you so much, Jessica, for your paper and your answers to the excellent comments. And now we have a second paper by Dreide Byrne, who is a professor and currently works at the Institute for Gender Studies at the University of South Africa. Dreide does research in social theory, media studies, English literature, and gendered social practices. And her current research projects are SAP, the South African Poetry Project, Gender-Based Violence in a University Context, and Gender and Love. The title of her talk goes as follows: Doing Theory Differently, Teaching African Feminism. So go ahead, Dreide, please, the floor is yours.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Professor Divyabana and the team for organizing this conference, which has been endlessly stimulating. I think everybody in the room and online would agree. So this paper could actually be entitled How Things Did Not Work, and then what we did and why that didn't work either, and then what we did after that. Okay. So the paper discusses my experience of teaching an honors module in gender theory at an open and distance education university, which is the University of South Africa. And I've been doing it for the past 6 years. Of course, my aim in teaching the module, as all of our aims are for as teachers, is for the students to pass. And I welcome any advice and suggestions that anybody may have for me. Okay, so this module has, it's called Gender Theory. Its code is GEN 4801, and it has two purposes. The purpose is, first of all, to equip students with an interdisciplinary theoretical grounding in the traditions of contemporary feminism, queer studies and masculinity studies, thus increasing their motivation to and their capacity for acting as gender change agents. And then secondly, the capacity to connect feminist theory, queer studies, and masculinity studies in their personal/local situation with the broader patriarchal and heteronormative social environment, thus facilitating their ability to engage with the theoretical and practical implications of gender critically and holistically. So when we set these aims up in about 2012, we were hoping that a working knowledge of gender theory would enable students to respond to power inequalities and gender oppression, as well as sexual and gender diversity from an informed and progressive point of view. These are very sound and very worthy objectives, and I doubt that anybody would find fault with our logic. Despite this, the pass rate in the module has been alarmingly low, and I'll just do the click of shame and show you what our pass rate has been like since in the past 7 years. Okay. At no time did the pass rate in the module ever exceed 50%. Granted, students at UNISA have a notoriously high attrition rate, partly due to their life experiences, also partly due to the general economic and other instability in the country, and in fact, due to something that we didn't foresee, sorry, I must go back, due to a side effect of the COVID-19 pandemic, which was that many students had to then study online, or fully online, of course, and could not afford the high costs of data, of mobile data. So this became a massive problem in the last 2 to 3 years. So many of the students who do register in the beginning of the year actually don't get as far as writing final examinations. All of these factors obviously apply to all of the courses taught at my university, but even taking this into account, these pass rates are very, very low. And every year I would get requests from management to explain myself and to come up with improvement plans. So I would. Now, the students' poor performance was ascribed to one of two categories. In short, it was either the students' fault or it was the lecturer's fault. If it was the students' fault, then that they were underprepared, for example, because they had not studied gender studies or gender theory in their undergraduate degrees, or it was just because students, just are generally lazy and don't do anything, as we all know, or it was the lecturer's fault. If it was the lecturer's fault, then the lecturers were not sufficiently responsive to the students. The material was presented in a way that was too dense and complex. There were too few workshops at which the reading material could be discussed. And then on top of that, the lecturers were too strict. Of course, then came 2014, 2015, 2016, and the fallist movements. And I began thinking that the course material for this module was probably too colonial. Deanne Bell, after all, reminds us that the neoliberal academy is, at its core, an apparatus through which coloniality sustains itself. And I also remembered what Suzanne C. Persaud has said, that feminist syllabi should undoubtedly be revised with a critical eye, as an anti-racist feminist agenda should be a basic aim of feminist pedagogy. Persaud also cautions against what she calls the unintentional yet curious replication of decolonizing feminist pedagogy that permanently positions the women of the global South at the end of the decolonial syllabus. So when I started my revision in 2014, the prescribed material was largely Anglo-American. It included work by theorists such as Mary Ann Evans, Rosemary Tong, Judith Butler, and Stevie Jackson. Even the material on post-colonial feminism originated outside of Africa, being written by Chandra Talpade Mohanty, Trinity Minha, and Gayatri Chakravorty Spivak. For a module where most students, by an overwhelming margin, are Black women, in a trend that has persisted since I've been teaching this module, I thought the students should be able to identify more easily with theory written, first of all, in Africa, and secondly, by Black women. So I conducted extensive research into African feminisms. And I asked the question, what is wrong with white feminism? What is African feminism? And how do different kinds of oppressions intersect with each other? I thought that if the students had a chance to encounter intersectional theory, they might be able to relate to it, to their own experiences of being Black and women. So my next slide shows you how I laid out my course page. I had particularly proud of the image that I picked for African feminism and intersectionality. And at the beginning of the section on African feminism, which I'm going to focus on today, I posted a link to a YouTube video by Sylvia Tamale from the Know Your African Feminists YouTube channel, in which Tamale explains what has led her to feminism and what kind of feminism she espouses. Some of the key figures in my new study material were Sylvia Tamale, Desiree Lewis, Sisonke Msimang, Deirdre Badijo, Naomi Nkiala, and Oyeronke Oyewumi. As we all know, they present widely differing views of gender and feminism. So Badijo writes in her article, this is the first article the students encountered. It's called African Feminism, Mythical and Social Power of Women of African Descent. And where she explains that, I quote, African traditional values view gender roles as complementary, parallel, asymmetrical, and autonomously linked in the continuity of human life. As such, African feminism recognizes the inherent multiple roles of women and men in reproduction, production, and distribution of wealth, power, and responsibility for sustaining human life. Badijo therefore views men and women as being complementary and working together. Oyeronke Oyewumi comes from a completely different perspective when she explains in The Invention of Gender that gender is a colonial imposition. And she writes, in the Yoruba world, particularly in pre-19th century Oyo culture, society was conceived to be inhabited by people in relation to each other. I've added the emphasis. That is, the physicality of maleness or femaleness did not have social antecedents and therefore did not constitute social categories. Social hierarchy was determined by social relations. The principle that determined social organization was seniority, which was based on chronological age. Yoruba kinship terms did not denote gender, and other non-familial social categories were not gender-specific either. Oyewumi mobilizes the absence of gender-specific terms for social categories in pre-colonial Yoruba societies as a critique of Western ways of understanding gender. Thank you so much, Stevie. Arguing that gender was not a feature of African societies prior to colonization. On this basis, she argues that the sex-gender system is a colonial import in Africa, a view that is also expressed by Maria Lugones. I also prescribed Naomi Nkiala's article, Cameline Agency, a new agenda for social transformation in South African women's writing. In this article, I wanted to show the students how African feminists can disagree with one another to avoid the idea that there's a homogeneous thing called African feminism. Nkiala takes issue with Nigerian feminist Akachi Ezigbo's concept of snail sense feminism. Ezigbo argues that African women need to be like snails. They need to go around obstacles. By contrast, Nkiala argues vigorously that African women need to be more like camels because they need to be resilient and to carry big loads and to walk long and to travel very long distances. I incorporated the new section into the course content in 2017, but the pass rate for that year did not improve very much. Thank you. In fact, it continued to be rather dismal. 36% of registered students passed in 2017, 22% in 2018, and 44% in 2019. At that point, I began wondering if my assignment questions, or our assignment questions, might have contributed to the students' poor performance. Janelle M. Silva and the Students for Diversity Now, which is a group of students in undergraduate community psychology, mentioned two important principles for decolonial feminist pedagogy. They define decolonial pedagogy as one that, quote, challenges the dominant practices of schooling and makes schools concrete sites for developing critical consciousness in the interests of working class, indigenous, and non-white peoples. And secondly, they say that students in a decolonial classroom should be the storytellers of their experiences. So the first assignment for my module, in all the years that I've been in charge of the module, has dealt with something called Basic Concepts in Gender Studies and Feminism. Last year, the assignment required the students to read 8 academic articles, watch 7 videos on YouTube, and then answer the following question. They had to choose 2 challenges that face African women in the 21st century, and then conduct research on the way they currently affect African women. We told the students your research will involve searching the UNISA library's databases for at least 5 relevant articles, in addition to the 8 that they'd already read, and then they needed to write a preliminary report on their chosen challenges. And this question was repeated with minor variations in the exam for the module. Unfortunately, we had the best of intentions when we set this question. We wanted to encourage students to write about social and economic problems of which they have firsthand experience, but we did not get very good answers. So at the beginning of this year, I met with the other lecturer on the course, and I asked her to look at the assignment question and see what she thought. She thought that these instructions were far too difficult for students who did not have gender studies in their undergraduate careers. And she thought that asking them to read 8 academic articles, watch 7 YouTube videos, then find another 5 academic articles was closer to masters than to honors. For colleagues who might not know, honors is the fourth year of studies. So we went back to the drawing board. And we then started the course for this year in 2022 with Bell Hooks's article, Theory as Liberatory Practice. And we chose this article particularly because of what I quoted Silva and the Students for Diversity Now, who had said that the decolonial classroom must be a site for storytelling. And because Hooks says, this is how her article starts. Let me begin by saying that I came to theory because I was hurting. The pain within me was so intense that I could not go on living. I came to theory desperate, wanting to comprehend, to grasp what was happening around and within me. Most importantly, I wanted to make the hurt go away. I saw in theory then a location for healing. When we discussed this article with our students in an online workshop, we wondered whether they too might find theory, and specifically African intersectional feminist theory, a location for healing from some of the imbalances and inequalities that continue to besiege South Africa 28 years after our transition to democracy. And we also wondered if they might have experienced discomfort and difficulty, which they might have wanted to make stop. The students were a little bit skeptical in the online workshop, but they got a little more enthusiastic when we set them the following question. We asked them to read Bell Hooks's article, Theory as Liberatory Practice, and then write 3 things. They had to write a paragraph on their life experiences with references to Hooks's description of the pain she experienced as a child and that led her to theory. Then, looking back at the paragraph they wrote, we asked them how much of your life experiences were caused by the patriarchal system, which values men higher than women, and write another paragraph of 10 to 15 lines. Then finally, we said Hooks suggests that theory must be closely related to everyday lived experience and struggles for liberation. We said, which of your experiences led you to wish for freedom and a more equitable socio-political system? So some of the students and who've given permission for me to share sections of their assignments shared extraordinary personal experiences in response. Student number 1 said, this student is a young man. Patriarchy and toxic masculinity were the root of my childhood pain. At times, I would watch my dad physically and emotionally abusing mum. The abuse went on each day and night. I became a very violent person at school. Student number 2 said, at the age of 12 years old, my mother had traveled to work overseas, leaving the caregiver role to my father. In his frustration for the situation, and after yet another call from a concerned mathematics teacher, he exclaimed that I was the reason why my mother was considering divorcing him. Although many years on, my parents are still married, my relationship with my father has never fully healed. Student number 3 said, I was a victim of emotional and psychological abuse by my ex-boyfriend. The abuse was so severe, so intense, that it negatively affected every aspect of my life. It affected my self-esteem that I began to believe every word he said when he said, you are nothing and will never be anything. And finally, and quite a common discussion was about chores, childhood chores. I grew up in a family and community where chores were allocated based on gender. Although it was made to seem like females were getting lighter chores, in fact, it was hard. As a child, I felt like I could not question that. I normalized how things were done, regardless of how abnormal and unfair it seemed. These students went on to relate their gendered life experiences to the need for effective feminist theorizing, and to assert that Hooks's notion of theory as grounded in life experience was relevant to them. Of the 41 students who submitted this assignment, 28 passed. We then had achieved a pass rate for this one assignment of 68%, which is considerably higher than at any time in the module altogether. Encouraged by this much better performance, the other lecturer and I set about revising all the assignment questions so that students always had to begin, just like bell hooks, by writing about their own life experiences. It's much too early now to make any predictions about what the pass rate for the examination is going to be when the students hand in their final portfolios in February. Nevertheless, I venture to suggest that we might be, if we're not exactly doing something right, we might be doing something better. And I have learned that while it is very important to overhaul the content that we teach at university level, it is also important to revise assessment tasks and processes. By doing this, we hope that it may be possible to assist what Maldonado Torres calls the decolonial effort at rehumanizing the world by honoring what our students already know about gender and gender studies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Redburn. So we have 10 minutes for questions or comments on this very interesting paper. So go ahead, give me a sign if there are any questions or comments online or in the room.
Danai says she's tired of herself, but we're not tired of her.
I have some questions. Well, question I was reflecting also when I was talking to Carmine yesterday. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about, like, because externally examining women and gender studies courses and this question of the gap between intentions, and then the first question you had about, you know, what do we want as teachers? And you're like, we want them to pass. And I died slightly on the inside. Like, I want people to pass, but it's not my primary intention. And I was thinking in sort of, I'll come to it. In Teaching Transgress, when Bell Hooks starts and says, I grew up around Black teachers, Black women teachers in particular, and it was warfare. The intention was warfare, and that's often how I see my role as a teacher. I'm preparing people for war, which is present, right? So that my intention may shift. So I do want you to pass. Materially, it helps you to have mobility and get past the debt we are carrying, provisionally, at least access a mortgage. But the intention is rooted somewhere else. And so to put that, to think through intentions, but also then what happens when one constructs a course, partly because also writing is something critical. And people often separate the tools of writing, how to write, which is then seen as either a lack from a prior experience, which again also means that there's an assumption of what good writing looks like. And then, who has access to it, that's structured into privilege. I find when first years come in from Model C versus not Model C, the issue with writing is not simply a question of lack, it's also the conditioning by which this goes to experience. When you say, well, then they meet this, is that people are taught to talk like they are the doll of a ventriloquist, right? So you must sound like, I guess it's conjured somewhere else. And that distance from process means that the form of writing correctly is more important than what you actually have to say. In fact, you've been taught not to think for yourself for so long that you can only simply reproduce your teacher's thoughts. And if your teacher has no thoughts, then everybody's in trouble. So there's that inheritance of writing as a process that is thinking also along with storytelling, but writing is meant to seem like it's the representation of thinking as though it's not a writing process itself. So a writing centered approach to teaching, which is writing as a reflection, is again one range of intentions. And then the demand say, well, you must learn essay and article and proposal. And I was saying to come in, like, I can tell whose comments are who on assignments because I'm so used to reading your comments that I can immediately guess who it is, because they become habits too about ourselves. When I'm like, you're going to learn how to do this properly, it's because the only way I knew how to destroy it was to really, really learn it. For most things, I sat there and I learned it until it killed me, and then I can destroy it from the inside. So it's not that it's not wanting people to learn how to do it, but my intention there is so that you can destroy it, not that you can then be good at it, because I want you to think for yourselves. That's the second thought. So I'm wondering then about, because it was weird to me in a South African-based university to have African feminisms as a section of a course on feminisms. And I'm wondering if that also is in the construction. And this is my experience of watching people develop courses and include things in the curriculum, and then wonder why people, because I can have a thoroughly beautiful relationship with reading Judith Butler, but that's on certain conditions, i.e., that there's no course and then there's a section. There is a section and everybody's placed under similar pressures of practices of reading, which was my last one, the writing and reading, because the things I've heard from people, which I was listening and I'm listening to people's like, I don't know what's happened. They put all these things in the course and I don't like it. I don't know what's going on. Was this question of reading and how we read, who reads then. So literally, and so that when I'm sitting with Butler, I know that somehow I'm supposed to really know it. In fact, I remember being in Durban very young, doing my PhD beginning, and I'm talking about the body and performance, and this very not so smart person says, right, to the Black women you're talking to, you know that they're doing performativity, and because Butler is so difficult. And I said, I think you're having a hard time understanding Judith Butler. That's a personal problem. I think anyone who wakes up in the morning and manages their own body doesn't need to read 400 pages to really, if you really need it to be this, there's common sense that can also tell you what it means for the body to accumulate over time what is being read here. But you think this is theory that is not Black women's theory, and so I'm imposing it on a reading of people's practice. Yet conversely, in the storytelling function of telling, of producing theory, so to speak, what then happens again is that even in the classroom, the gesture to include often requires, again, you read the person, often not really also the argumentation. So it becomes not universal, it becomes a particular example. And so that structure of reading then is so implicated in the intention that it also, Eleanor uses the word allergic, it creates an allergic reaction. So I don't want to read Judith Butler because I know that the value I give her is not the value I give this one. And then it means I also don't know how to read this one properly because now I'm just exceptionally obsessed with it without understanding it because I need it. It's just like you get one sweet and you're going to suck that sweet until it's dead because you can't even engage it critically because you're busy being allergic to Butler. So yeah, these are a range of how do we deal with intentions, but also then what is the intention of our place in the classroom?
Danai, thank you so much. I mean, all of these problems are actually very real. So, I mean, the course is under construction, and while discussing it with the other lecturer on the course, I realized that there just is too much of it. So what we do is we focus on certain very particular things. So we focused on hegemonic masculinity, we focus on African feminism, and we focus on queer studies within the African, what is queer theory, big question, and queer studies in the African continent. And that's all. So those are the things that we do, but the other things we're just going to quietly sort of draw a veil over, because we realize it really is too, when I said we asked the students to read 8 articles, watch 7 YouTube videos, and then find 5 articles of their own, I was actually, I was asked, I looked at it when I was writing this paper and I thought, what was I thinking? I mean, you can't do that. And so, and I also think that reading itself is a very effective process. And it's a very effective process for young scholars. I mean, it's a very effective process for all of us, but for students who have to read to pass something and get a degree and get a credit and whatever, it becomes a big loaded thing and complex to get your head around. So yes, this is all very much a process and it's under construction. And I also don't really only want my students to pass. I really want the students to go out and make a difference. But if they're not going to go out and make a difference, I'll settle for them passing. Yes, please pass. Yeah.
So there is one question here from Itumeleng Motake. Are you there online? So,
there's a question. There's a question from Itumeleng, and it reads, is he on?
I don't know. Is it on?
Okay, so it reads, is the problem CODEL, or is it because we are not meeting the students in spaces they occupy?
Good question, Itumeleng. I think we're not fully meeting the students. I mean, I think when I said it in the beginning of the paper that some of the people have blamed the lecturers, other people blame the students, it's kind of somewhere in between. And also there's something to be said about the situation that the students are in. So, but I do think there's more that lecturers can do to actually meet students and to have caring relations of mentorship and be more co-eval with the students. In other words, to follow the principles of feminist pedagogy, where we are not the repositories of wisdom that we're going to pour into the empty students' head, but we also learn from the students.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments in the room or online?
Just a question, comment for me, but something that I also noted that I struggle with when it comes to African feminist literature, which is the issue of context, in a sense of like the literature that exists. You know, this, I think there's still also a need to further contextualize, even when we talk about Africa as like the African continent. There's still like South Africa and various parts of the continent, and I know some students relate to the literature and they need to see it make sense, right? And I maybe also something to be noted in now how they responded to the bell hooks, the starting point being their own positionality and standpoint, and therefore like, you know, kind of being able to relate with the literature in that sense. And it's very unfortunate, especially from the South African continent, we're having this conversation yesterday about just the lack of theoretical frameworks that relate and respond to situations that happen on the ground in South Africa. And I still have to draw from like the Oyeronkes and Nigeria and, you know, because there isn't really any literature, you know, theoretically speaking. You find the literature that exists is more politically centered type of literature that does not really have like a theoretical grounding. So that's also maybe something to kind of really consider. Just to throw it out in the room, you know, as theorists and decolonial African feminists and decolonial scholars, it's just this deliberate construction of theories that are localized and contextualized, and that we ourselves can make sense of.
Yes.
Because then it means I need to interpret, you know, some of these literatures to my own standpoint, and sometimes it just don't even make sense. And I have to find similarities, and I have to comb them out, and they just have to make sense.
Thank you so much. We are running out of time. So, yeah.
You know, when it came to management, that is the thing. They could have
I'll just say, Dimple, that's a very good point. And to actually put readings into context and say, look, Oyeronke is talking about Nigeria, and this is what Nigeria is and means roughly. You know, I think it would help. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, both of you, Jessica and Dred, for excellent talks. And so I now close the session 7, and the next session 8 will be chaired by Tamara Scheffer. So I imagine that the floor is hers from now on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Irma. It's actually being chaired by me. Right, Tammy? We swapped sessions. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon again, friends. Welcome to session 8, Decolonizing History, Religion and Politics. I'm Floretta Bonzaya from University of Cape Town and the Hub for Decolonial Feminist Psychologies at University of Cape Town. I think we have all except one of our speakers in the room. I don't see Erzabeth, but she may join us later. So I think each speaker will speak for roughly 20 minutes or so, and then we'll give space for questions after each presentation. And up first, we have Karen Gabriel from the Department of English at St. Stephen's College at Delhi University, also the director for the Center of the Study of Gender, Culture and Social Processes at the same institution. Over to you, Karen.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. And just a request to the chair, if you could let me know 5 minutes before my time is up, I sort of begin to wind up. But what I want is, you know, today to look at the importance of decolonizing and, you know, thinking of how to decolonize in a radical kind of way, the lay and academic narratives around colonization, which typically tend to evade the impact of colonization on the colonized, or on the colonizer, rather than on the colonized. And how to decolonize feminisms that typically have taken a cultural turn away from political economy. The elision of capital in favor of culture has become a feature of the cultural turn of the dominant Western feminist theory and praxis, in the wake of which gender and sexuality are understood as autonomous, in a sense, from capitalism and class relations, but also from race, coloniality, and colonial relations. What this presentation seeks to do in a perhaps slightly oblique way is address the notorious, if you like, evasiveness, colonial evasiveness, even silence, around the impact of the colonization on the colonizers. And through that, create a kind of a discursive space within which another history can emerge. By doing so, the presentation hopes to draw out the subaltern voices and forces that had unobtrusively and unnoticed contributed to shaping the articulation of the colonizers' subjectivity, imagination, and social relations. And the paper hopefully will also illustrate a kind of a methodology which is, perhaps, useful in terms of thinking of ways of doing this, or a way in which this has been done. Now, the impact of British rule in India was multifaceted. It brought new technologies, institutions, knowledge, beliefs, values, and these were a part of the process of founding the modern nation state and had a profound impact on what came to be consolidated as British India and then subsequently independent India. It was also part of the process of westernization of India, which included the bureaucracy, railways, post and telegraph services, the setting up of law courts, the codification of laws, the introduction of the printing press, journalism, schools, and university education in its specifically modern form, political ideas such as secularism and electoral representation, the abolition of customs like sati, female infanticide, human sacrifice, etc. The reverse flow, on the other hand, the impact of British rule in India on Britain itself and more generally on Europe has not recorded in as much detail. The most obvious aspect of this reverse impact, of course, is the enormous economic gains made by Britain from its imperial colonies, the drain of what Dadabhai Naoroji was to call the drain of wealth theory. Did colonialism have any major impacts on the modernization process of the colonizing countries of Europe? And I think, the idea of Europe has come under interrogation in earlier sessions, and I think it's, at some point we'll use the term polemically, but I think the question still stands. Whether colonizing countries of Europe or new imperial gestures from the US and so on, there has been a tendency to underplay the role of colonial plunder in the primitive accumulation of capital leading to the rise of capitalism in Europe. The quantum of this plunder, specifically in terms of the wealth transferred over 2 centuries of British rule from India to Britain, has been hotly debated, but a recent rigorously argued estimate pegs it at about $45 trillion US. But there are indirect economic terms as well. For instance, post-abolition massive labor recruitment that arose in British colonies in Southeast Asia and Africa and the Caribbean were met substantially by the export of indentured labor from India. Approximately 6 million people. 30 million were moved and perhaps about 24 million returned. So the numbers, as Toni Morrison reminds us again and again, are not entirely clear in terms of how populations were moved and the numbers involved there. But the labor of these moving populations was crucial to the continued growth and consolidation of the British Empire outside India, as well as to the maintenance and supply of goods and services. For instance, sugar, coffee, domestic and menial work, earlier provided through slave labor. Again, slaves from Africa and indentured labor from colonial India were the mainstay of global accumulation during the phase and emergence and consolidation of capitalism as a mode of production. Now, the quantum is a matter of debate, since it is not just about transfer of wealth, but about capital accumulated through non-payment of wages for the productive labor of slaves and minimal payment of it to indentured migrants. Thus, direct and indirect economic factors need to be detailed, but also other very significant qualitative and therefore difficult to quantify gains to the British from the colonization of India. Now, these range from the shaping of the British education system and bureaucracy to meet the requirements of colonial administration. Stoller, Hyam, and Ball, Hatchett, and others have looked at this, to vast numbers of cultural artifacts that were expropriated from India, cuisines, literary imagination, empire films, and less discernible things like language, impacts on social cultural relations, education, governance, philosophical and political ideas, notions of self and identity. The less discernible impacts remain relatively much less studied than the economics of colonialism, and more importantly, they remain mostly unexplored in terms of the significant implications for how they constituted the subjectivities and shaped the histories, politics, that shape history, politics, and international relations. The paucity of work on how the colonial encounter shaped the colonizing subject and its social relations registers a continued tendency in the popular social academic imaginary to see the colonizer mainly as bestowing modernity. Now, this disavowal reinforces the concomitant and related tendency to disavow the massive economic gains to the West from colonization, but it needs to be acknowledged not necessarily for the sake of reparation, but to register and strive to right the imbalance of power that continues to drive these tendencies. In particular, the disavowal of the manner in which the colonizing subject was constituted as an empowered one in relation to a disempowered colonized subject. And that continues to dominate discourses around the colonial encounter as a kind of a deep racism. Jennifer Cotter reminds us the moral certitude over values and our way of life has become a conservative benchmark for ideologically translating Western, again, using that a little polemically, capital's class war to appropriate cheap labor and material resources of colonies and more recently of the Middle East and Central Asia into a cultural war over civilization, democracy, and freedom for women. Democracy of values has become a political cover for the material transfer of wealth from the rest to the West. This economic pillaging would inevitably have social and cultural consequences for its beneficiaries in Europe, just as the global spread of European technologies and the concomitant industrialization that colonization brought has wrought massive social, cultural changes everywhere. Now, there is a sort of, as I've suggested, a sort of a blindness to the impact of colonization on the colonizer. And one explanation, I'm just going to offer a set of reasons for this blindness. One is the everydayness of empire. And Britain's imperial project was just conceived of as a taking for granted something, and not necessarily a matter of conscious awareness or deliberation. It was just there. It was naturalized. These are discursive moves that have been made and which need to, in a sense, be undone. It was ordinary, integral to everyday life of colonial Europe, and thus to the very academy that spawned the post-colonial studies industry in the first place, thereby also ensuring the invisibilization of that very industry. And one of the consequences of this everydayness thesis is what Edmund Burke has called the sleeping beauty theory, that the world was woken into, the third world, the global south, was woken into modernization from its millennial slumber by the kiss of the West. The other is the Eurofocus theory, which is that the focus on to return focus to Europe would be to fall back into speaking about Europe over and above everything else. And this Eurofocus theory, I mean, it's of course flawed on the basis that under the pretext of avoiding Eurocentrism, the agenda appears to be to minimize the intents and extent of European agency and thus responsibility for colonization and maximize that of the colonized. So I'm not looking merely at a certain moment in colonization, but as thinking of colonization as a continued praxis, which needs actually, the balance of which needs to be set right. And then, of course, the minimal impact theory, which is, there wasn't very much impact on Europe. And in fact, big apologists for the theory go as far as to say that colonization cost Europe resources, money, people, and so on. And therefore, is something that needs to be, reparations need to be sought for that, which is an argument Britain has made in the context of India. Now, the actual significance of the denial of the impact of colonization on the colonized is that it denies the unexpected intimacy of empire to European lives. Resistance to examining this arises from having to acknowledge that that very intimacy and its implications for understanding the constitution of European subjectivity, of the European identity within scare quotes. Ashish Nandi first wrote of the intimate enemy when he was thinking of the making of the Indian self under and in the wake of colonialism. What I'm proposing here is the converse of the case that Nandi was making, that is, the colonized other was as much of an intimate enemy to the colonizer. Only the terms of that intimacy have yet to be acknowledged, let alone explored in all their complexity. I think Said does this in Orientalism to some extent, where when he actually thinks of the ways in which imperialism and colonialism shaped the self-perceptions of the European ruling classes. So the civilizing mission is not just a justification for the conquest of peoples, but an ideological recasting of the European self. And this, in a sense, is to turn the scrutiny on the European subject itself. How is such an examination to be undertaken? Academic lacuna are, of course, a problem. Not much readily accessible material on the central question that this paper asks: what was and what remains the impact of the colonial encounter on the colonizer? How then does one study it? Cooper and Stoller acknowledge this issue and write that part of the problem is that the task is unwieldy and not easily carried out. We can no longer confine ourselves to the units of analysis on which we have relied. We need to create new archives of our own. We need to understand more fully how these civilizing missions provided new sites for clarifying a bourgeois order, new definitions of social welfare, new ways in which discourses and practices of inclusion, exclusion were contested and work. Given that the material components of that bourgeois order were substantially from the colonies, marks of the empire that were simultaneously pervasively present and invisible, tracing their significance in the making of the European self would certainly be a daunting task. Daunting not
5 minutes, Karen.
Okay, daunting not just because of the sheer numbers, but because of the variety of such components. I'm going to just skip over and come to the last section of my paper, where I talk about the way in which Gandhi and Gandhian thought impacted, was sort of used strategically. Gandhi, was quite a shrewd man and very strategically deployed. A certain carefully thought out gender sexual politics to combat and morality to combat what he understood to be the British incursion into an understanding of the Indian self, Since colonial hegemony is crucially about embodiment and power, and since gendering is always processual and interrupted, and since subjectivities and selves are formed in the intersections of culture and history, colonialism, rough and inorganic as it was, interrupted local gender dynamics. In this encounter, disparate rules of economic, social, and institutional and personal engagements came into conflict. And you see that there are ruptures in this gender-sex systems, something an earlier paper also referred to. There were gender-sex systems in place, and these were, of course, ruptured with the advent of colonization. And you have transformations in sexualization effected by the encounter. And my argument is that there is a sexualization of nations themselves in relation to each other. And there is certain perceptions of self which then are forced into gender sex systems and then undergo transformations. So for instance, within this nexus, the prevalent gendered binary was extended to the colonized subject disadvantageously as colonizer, colonized, masculine, feminine, civilized, barbaric, powerful, powerless, thereby modulating the organization of meanings and meanings of race, gender, and sexuality. However, what is often not acknowledged is that the colonial encounter was also one between two different, even conflicting conceptions of self, community, and relations between the two, as well as processes by which self and community are constituted. Broadly speaking, and I wind up here, the English understanding of the self and of the individual in relation to the community it was understood as impermeable and isolated rather than processual and reciprocal. It is a product of individualism, capitalism, and then colonialism itself. Nandi argues that Indic conceptions of self and community, in contrast, were and are not only variable as a number of definitions of community, as the number of definitions of community, e.g. caste, language, religion, region, occupation, but were and are products of a more complexly mixed political economy. Recognizing this, Gandhi began to innovate notions of subjectivity and selfhood designed to salvage the defeated male subject. The operation was located fundamentally in the dual senses in which Gandhi deployed the concept of Swaraj or self-rule in its Gandhian formulation, and this meant both control over the self and freedom from British rule. And it becomes this very moral project whereby restraint becomes an integral part of the constitution of the self in opposition to the kind of pillaging that was going on, in India.
Corin, could you wrap up? I think we're nearing the end of time. Thank you.
The second move, and I just end with this example, is the way in which ahimsa or non-violence comes to be gendered in the first place, cited on the bodies of women, and Gandhi then makes a move to feminize masculinity in order to attain the strength of femininity, which was strong because it suffered, and therefore was morally situated on a higher level. So what you have, and we can take that up in discussion, is a kind of an inversion of the gender roles, whereby the masculinity of the Western colonizer was seen to be, rampaging, immoral. It comes across even in terms of the conversations around vegetarianism and so on, and fundamentally violent in opposition to the non-violent, feminine, strong Indian self. So I sort of just end with a caveat, which is that it's very important to be very critical of Gandhi as well, because otherwise such a project, I use this as an illustration, can become an assertion of very conservative, retrograde kind of hegemonies as well. So with that caveat, I just end, and maybe we can pick some of this up and discuss.
Thanks so much, Karen, for a really interesting presentation. So we can open up for conversation and questions. We have a few minutes. Jeff, go ahead.
Hi, Karen. Nice to see you. Can you just say a bit more about, I mean, it sounds like a really big project to look at the impact on the colonizer, and or colonizers. I just wanted you to clarify, maybe I missed it. Are you talking about the colonizers within the colonies, such as India, or are you talking about the impact of on the colonizers, should you say, in Europe or in Britain, for instance? Because I mean, one of the things, depending on also whether you're looking at historically or present, of course, there's also internal colonization, because during this period, a lot of people were having a terrible time in the 19th century, for instance. I mean, so there was internal colonization, not least the Irish. So yeah, could you just clarify that a bit more, please?
Yeah, you know, Jeff, as you're saying, it is a larger sort of, this is a part of the work that I'm undertaking. It's not just, it's at the moment I'm speaking about how colonization impacted the colonizer in Britain. And, you know, what kind of documentation is available, what kind of archival resources, you know, are there. So for instance, I think this came up in Geety's paper earlier. It wasn't, there's a huge amount of, a large number of policy documents available on how the British government tried to encourage white women to come to India to prevent the miscegenation, basically. So that, you know, that kind of the impacts, those kinds of impacts, and that's just an example of what was going on at that time in relation to, you know, what was happening in other countries. Now, I don't know, I mean, whether one would actually venture into looking at the ways in which I would think that within India itself there were sort of proto-imperial moves by various you know, local powers as well, and you know, till India became this you know, sort of modern nation state at the time of independence. There were constant moves to, in a sense, colonize each other, but not in the way in which happens, you know, with European colonization of countries. And I also did sort of indicate, I think, that there is a continued kind of imperial orientation and disposition, which you know, is not like colonization exactly, but it's got a strong orientation, whether this is accumulation of resources or plundering of resources and appropriation of lands or occupancy of one kind or the other. So I think it would be interesting to see how these, you know, sort of tie up as an orientation towards maybe the global South, more generally.
Yeah.
Does that address your?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I could. Well, because I'm thinking about the issue of class and also child labor actually within the colonizing countries, actually. But that's,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks, Jeff and Karen. If there are no further burning questions, I don't see any hands in the room or any questions online, then I think we will move. Thank you, Karen. I think we will move then to the next presentation. And up next we have Olga Shnirova from history at Ivanhoe State University and has also led the Ivanhoe Center for Gender Studies. Over to you, Olga. You're on mute. You're on mute, Olga.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. I would like to correct, I do not represent any state university now because our organization, Ivanova Center for Gender Studies, is an independent research center and NGO. My paper is mostly like a country report, but it so happens that the situation in Russia now is very good for representing here because this coincides with the main topic of our conference this year. So I will speak about war, post-imperial syndrome, and feminist debates in Russia after February 24th this year. And can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Yes, you can. Okay. I know that Russia is far from here, but so I would like to remind that February 24, it was the day when Russia started so-called special operation in Ukraine, which meant the invasion to Ukraine. And this event dramatically changed the life not only of combatant parties, but I suppose the whole world in any case. And in Russia, it caused the division into unequal parts. Majority of the war supporters and anti-war minority. And I need to say that many of them urgently migrated from Russia, not only because of repressions and danger, but also because of the impossibility to live and work in tough atmosphere of total control and lack of freedom. And for many in Russia and in other countries, because I was also asked this question, it was important to understand how it happened that even some of those who was opposed Putin's regime before now support the war in Ukraine. Why the majority of Russians appeared to be patriots and why they did not resist mobilization. All these questions made post-imperial and post-colonial studies more actual than ever, as many historians, political and social scientists appealed to the post-imperial syndrome in Russia in order to explain the current situation. And you see, the problem is that Russia is the successor of USSR. And it was the large empire state, and its dissolution did not go painlessly, not only for the most of Russian citizens, but for the most of the citizens of post-socialist space. We all live in post-socialist modernity now, and it makes a great impact in our lives. But during the last 30 years, former Soviet republics developed independent national states with their own identities, and they do not want to go back. But the problem is that Russia, as the USSR successor, continued to imagine itself as an empire, and now it acts as empire. And that is why post-empire studies became popular in our country during the last decades, as we need to consider and analyze our imperial past and understand how it influences our today's situation and state policy. And in this sphere, in sphere of post-imperial studies, the most influential is Ab Imperial project. It's a large journal which unites specialists in empire history and post-imperial studies. But feminist scholars and gender researchers do not participate actively in this project. And they usually have their own field of discussions and their own topics of discussions. And the most influential of post-colonialist researchers is Madina Tolstanova. She is social researcher from Russia, now living in Sweden, and she has suggested a conceptualization of Russia as subaltern empire, secondary with regard to Western empires, yet at the same time a colonial empire dominating over its colonies, which are the parts of the Russian Federation, as it is still a large multi-ethnic state with complex hierarchy of relationships between center and periphery. As other post-colonial researcher Vyacheslav Morozov states, the reason for this is, first of all, the orientations towards the core, that is towards Europe, which is characteristic of Russia as well as the other subaltern empires. But being a paper state with the resource economy and authoritarian regime, Russia cannot become a full-fledged part of Europe, which makes a significant part of the population nostalgic for the times of its former greatness. And it explains why now the democratic anti-war minority is embracing the anti-colonial discourse, and the patriotic pro-government majority is enjoying a return to open imperial discourse. And as if we refer to feminists, most of them took anti-war position. And it is that is why it so happened that feminist thinkers, researchers, and activists began an active discussion of so-called special operation from feminist and post-colonial points of view. And at least at the first months of those events, those war, after the first shock of the Russian invasion to Ukraine passed, feminists in Russia and Ukraine tried to understand what is happening and how to explain it. It caused serious discussions in social media and the organization of roundtables and conferences, and many speakers and commentators based their conclusions on post-colonial theory also. And the leading role in this activity, to my mind, belongs to the prominent feminist philosopher from Ukraine, Irina Zhirobkina. She is the leader of Gender Studies Center in Kharkov University. And in May, living under the bombs, nevertheless, she managed to organize large international online conference, Transnational and Feminist Support Ukrainian feminists, with the participation of Judith Butler. And the results of these productive discussions, where we Russian feminists also presents, but we have no right to present our papers, but we present it, will be the publication of the next edition of Gender Studies Journal. It is also the publication of Kharkov Center for Gender Studies, which is the main theoretical journal on feminist philosophy in post-Soviet space. And I would like to refer to one of the Irina Zhirobkina citations, because it is very similar to my own feelings. The task of feminists in times of war is usually the political task of establishing human bonds that would not cease even in the darkest days of mass crime. So Butler has always written about the communication of alleged enemies as a way of strengthening our imaginary community as well. Both women and men who have abandoned the politics of hatred imposed on them by their state propaganda. And this daily community of mutual support and communication against the state propaganda will help, as Butler believes, to build a space of freedom, openness, and self-reflection. The other actual and burning question which caused the large debates in feminist circles in Russia now, but mostly not on theoretical point, but in social media, but it also refers to post-colonial approach, is the debates of on the migration from Russia. Because after the beginning of war, about a million of Russians left the country. And the first wave happened in February, March. And the second at the end of September, just after mobilization was announced. And after the September, it is mostly male mobilization, male migration. Sorry. And this caused a great strain on the host countries and provoked a discussion in feminist groups about the legacy of colonialism and coloniality of both host countries and visitors. And the debates were concentrated around the problem of Russian refugees' behavior as a greater nation representatives in a smaller and poorer surrounding states, which was considered unacceptable by feminists. And also this such a situation, we have now like vice versa situation, because before before this year, before the war, a lot of people from Central Asia and former Soviet republics came to Russia to work as migrant workers. And now we have the different situation when people from Russia came to, for example, Kazakhstan or Kyrgyzstan and tried to find job here. And it appears that it is equally uncomfortable for Russian men with for example, university education who have to work on occupy low-paid jobs, and it is equally uncomfortable for local businessmen, for example, to hire such men. So it's a problem of also coloniality of consciousness and coloniality of relations. And I also would like to refer to our international summer school for gender and precarity in Moldova, which we organized. We were among the organizers this year in July, in partnership with Moldovan National Coalition Against the Domestic Violence and the Center for Gender Studies in Moldova National University. And it was also very interesting experience of discussions because we had here representatives from 8 different countries from Europe and from post-Soviet space. And you see, our summer school is such how to say, horizontal and democratic model, because we invited not only academicians and usually invite not only academicians, but people from NGOs, trade unions. So it is like cross-sectoral cooperation and cross-sectoral discussions where people change their experience and thoughts from different point of views. And that is why we have the very fruitful discussions, and sometimes unusual one. And as we had radical feminists and anarchists here, it was the first time when we had such large number of participants from those groups. Post-colonial approach was often used in the critique of war and continuation of neoliberal policy. And by the way, suppose we have among the participants one of our dearest lecturers and our great supporter, Dina Balakan from Basel University, who also presented here, was present here. And it was also noticed and argued that continuation of Russian-Ukrainian war can lead to the end of post-colonial consensus on the post-Soviet space, built on a certain hierarchy of and cause a series, it can cause a series of new conflict and wars. And we can see now that it's also it is really situation when the established order, which we get used to, is changing and seriously changing. And I would like also to refer to feminist anti-war resistance, as it so happened that feminists in Russia not only discuss and consider and reconsider the situation, but they also played a leading part in anti-war resistance in Russian society. And feminist groups and communists became the most active participants in anti-war resistance, confronting war, gender-based violence, producing dominant patriarchal system. And their different practical and theoretical acts of resistance also create new discourse that confronts post-imperial dominant discourse in Russia. And the difference between the position of Ukrainian, for example, and Russian feminists is that by now, unfortunately, Ukrainian feminists are deeply hostile, and it is understandable, of course, towards Russian feminists. But Russian feminists mostly occupies the classical anti-militarist gesture of resistance to war, and like a pacifist movement. And the main one of the main campaign was the campaign of Women in Black. It refers to the movement of women in black in Yugoslavia, and who called for not dividing human lives into more significant and less significant, and declared we want all lives equally, not only the lives of our fellow citizens, but also the lives of enemies. And today, the classic feminist gesture seems impossible for many. I wrote already. So, in conclusion, we can say that post-colonial studies represent a different, fresh, feminist post-colonial studies represent a different, fresh approach to the study of post-colonial processes and war, and therefore are now widely in demand among independent researchers, not only in Russia and Ukraine, but also in post-Soviet space as a whole. As the events and processes are too fresh, actual, and faithful, debates are now mostly located in feminist groups and channels, in social media. Activists as well as academicians are trying to reflect, to interpret, and to understand what is happening and where we go, what will be our future look like, and will be this future at all. And as this material and all these events are really fresh and painful, we can only by now to make the field studies and to gather empirical materials and to analyze preliminary social, cultural, and political changes in Russian and post-Soviet space. And I also would like to mention at the end of my paper the creation of the association, which is called Association of the Researchers Without Borders, which unites now social researchers from Russia living not only in Russia, but now across the whole world, I suppose, because a lot of my colleagues migrated from Russia, but now we are trying to cooperate across the borders and to reflect the process, including gender process, which is happening in our country. It's all.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Olga, for your presentation. That was perfectly timed, 20 minutes, but also thank you for the sketch of kind of ongoing feminist work, both in Russia and to some extent in Ukraine. I see we already have a question. Annika, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yes, thanks so much, Olga. I was actually hoping you would combine this presentation with country report, and the title was promising that, and you did. So I'm having a number of thoughts and questions. The first is if there is a debate among feminists, like on what to do, like is there a debate between, on the one hand, a radical peace project, and on the other hand, the discussion on like military self-defense. And then another thing, I was wondering what your thought is. I was reading and hearing a lot about how Putin has been increasing like male supremacist and patriarchal education systems in schools, and like the public discourse has shifted a lot to more patriarchal and male supremacist discourses. And a lot of texts argue that this war wouldn't have the support it has without this specific combination of male supremacy and authoritarianism. So I was wondering on your view on that. And finally, I'm wondering about the feminist perspectives out of the war, because Putin often reminds me of like anti-feminist mass murderers who are feeling threatened by progressive values, including feminist values. And Putin has, in fact, been making things really difficult for feminist organizations, gender studies too, just that Putin has a lot more power than these anti-feminist mass murderers. And I don't see the Western strategy of just being stronger and having the strongest one win. Like, I don't see that as leading anywhere necessarily. So I think we need a different kind of feminist peace perspective. And maybe you have thoughts on that. Sorry, that was a lot.
Yes. Thank you for that. I will start from the very beginning. You see, the problem is that most of feminists in Russia, they are occupied anti-war position. So I can maybe mention very few women who consider, or persons who consider themselves feminists before, but after that came to patriotic and pro-state position. There are very few people. And the thing is that really, I mentioned it already, that really feminists, especially young women, they took a very active part in anti-war resistance. And by now we can say that those women are the face of anti-war resistance, because maybe you know about the campaign which is called Feminist Anti-War Resistance Campaign. And they organized a lot of picketing and actions during these events in spite of repressions, because it's very difficult really. By now, because if you even went to the street, go to the street with empty paper, you can be arrested even for this act, that you demonstrate something on the street. So that is why this the difference, for example, between this contemporary situation and the situation, for example, during the First World War, when most of Russian feminists and suffragists were patriots, but now it's vice versa. And as for the situation with education and the school and the propaganda, of course, now you see, I suppose we reached the stage of totalitarian state. And in totalitarian state, you need to be how to say, you need to act and to be in the frames of official discourse. And that is why now our state makes huge efforts in order to provide and to promote patriarchal discourse and the patriotic ideas in schools. And now we have so-called talks about important such ideological lessons, which are optional, no, compulsory in every school. And if you will not, if you are against such lessons, if you don't want to visit it, or if you don't to teach such lessons as your teacher, you can be just arrested. It's even senior pupils, they had such an experience when police came and asked for school girls or school boys why they don't want to visit such a lesson. So it's also rather a difficult situation.
Thanks, Olga. I see we have, I think we can take one more question, and I see Karen, you have your hand up, so please go ahead.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Olga. I have a more of a comment and perhaps inviting some speculations from you. I mean, feminists have always had a very difficult relationship with nationalism, fraught relationship with nationalism and the state. And, you know, I was thinking in the context of partition and the tensions between India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, you know, there's been a lot of cross-border feminist work. Now, I was interested to know, and you did gloss it in your presentation, the challenges that feminist work faces when attempting to deal with sort of hyper-national contexts and militarization of this kind of military conflict. So what kind of conflicts do you find, kind of challenges do you feel that you face? I mean, very often feminists think that it's possible to actually transcend borders and boundaries, and that was an entire project that was going on here in India for a long time, and it failed because there was sort of very specific kind of state interest in feminist work at that point in time about those issues. So what are the kind of challenges you are experiencing?
You see, except of war, we had to deal with the changes which happened in our society, and not only even in our society, but in bordering countries in post-Soviet space because of this situation, because it is the revival. We can see patriarchal revival everywhere. And for example, not even in Russia, but even in Ukraine, because it is also stated war. It also refers to patriarchal relations and patriarchal modus vivendi. As women should be the support of men and mother of the new citizens, which she needs to reproduce because we have a loss of male population from both sides. And so it's prenatal policy, which will be, I suppose, promoted for future years, even if the war will be at end. Of course, it will happen, but we do not know when it will happen. And besides, it's connected with the growth of violence, because including domestic violence, because those people who returned from the front, the former soldiers, they have PTSR. So it's also the problem, and we have to deal with it as feminists. And besides, now feminists are considered to be enemies of the state because they occupy anti-war position. So it is also the challenge. So we have a lot of challenges now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much again, Olga, for sketching that really important context for us and for your presentation. We now need to move on to the next speaker, and happy to introduce Erzsébet Barat from the Department of English at the University of Szeged, sorry. And since 2000, Erzsébet has been a recurring visiting professor at Central European University. Over to you, Erzsébet.
Thank you very much. And some of you would refer me to Jaja, so that's why you can see both my names on the opening slide. And above all, I would like to say I'm terribly sorry that I couldn't make it to Durban. I was really hoping last year when we were organizing the conference in Budapest with Yasmina, but many things happened, and even if I had wanted to, eventually I would have said no because of my accident. So if I might be a little bit slow, my apologies, but 4 ribs broken slow you down in certain ways. I didn't realize that it would be the case. So that's just one thing, and I'm trying to be there as much as possible through the screen, and I'm just I really can't engage in person. As for my talk, I would like to relate it a little bit to the concerns in the second half of the day yesterday, because in my understanding, we kind of ended up with asking this question like, but more like a dilemma, okay? Like what does it entail when we say to decolonialize feminism, okay? And the other question that stayed with me from yesterday was the burden of justification. So these were the 2 ideas that I took with me from yesterday, and I kept thinking about. And if you look at the title of my presentation, which is like against the oppression of one plot, that would be in a way my answer to the question of what does it entail to decolonialize? And not just in the sense of like to underscore and prioritize and take as for granted one story, one narrative, one approach, one understanding, but I would also say that to problematize and challenge the very understanding of oneness in the sense of homogeneity. Right, so it's more like an epistemological concern. And as far as the burden of justification is concerned, I would want to say that I completely understand that, because in a way, even when the more dispossessed, the more marginalized, the colonialized is made into the object of research, okay, it still can feel and can end up more often than not as an act of othering. So, and how not to be that, I would say, is like to make use of the knowledge, the understanding gained there, and turn around and reflect on and make sense of what is understood to be or desired to be the dominant mode of understanding. So in a way, that's what I'm trying to do here today. Not focusing on any particular traditionally understood colonialized, geopolitically speaking, colonialized territory at all. I am more focusing on, if you wish, debates within or across feminism. So that speaks nicely to Olga's concerns about feminisms, okay, and if you wish, cross-border negotiations in contemporary Russia and Ukraine. And to do that, okay, I would like to move through 4 points. And the 4 points I would like to make is that in the past 13 years of the current regime, what has become a routine strategy in political communication is the mundane use of a hate rhetoric. Okay? And that's problematic in the sense that hate speech is usually understood and conceptualized as hot statements, as exceptional moments, okay, against the banal forms of hate rhetoric. And my concern is like, what happens when the hot statements themselves become a mundane intimation of communication? And in this regard, okay, what I would like to situate my examples within is like, what is this order of hate rhetoric, this order of this discursive order of hate, like in contemporary Hungary now? And what I would like to claim is that it mobilizes 4 major tropes, and these tropes have been made into something that Lachlau would call anti-signifiers. And they are rendered into a more or less coherent discourse of neo-fascism, okay, that would mobilize the 4 tropes through a chain of equivalences, as a result of which, okay, there would be the highlighting of the difference between us, who are perceived to be threatened by any of those 4 tropes or signifiers, okay. And the logic of this argumentation, okay, goes like this. So I have to read my notes because I don't see everything on my own screen. So the 4 tropes, okay, are above all the non-productive parasite intellectuals. That includes genderists, okay, that would be feminists, either as activists or scholars, the Brussels affiliated liberals, the Islamic male migrant terrorists that are argued to be the same, okay, through the accusation of acting as a threat to the traditional Christian Hungarian nation that is meant to mean us, both from within and from outside, by way of an alleged financial and ideological support of a Soros plan, which evokes the 4th trope, which is the hideous Jew. Now, sorry, This is where we are. Each trope then may emerge as a constitutive element, okay, of all the others. In other words, if, for instance, feminist or feminism comes to be mentioned explicitly, okay, its meaning through the routine chaining, okay, of these four tropes together would also evoke the trope of anti-intellectualism, the trope of anti-liberalism, okay, the would also evoke the xenophobic Islamic male migrant terrorist. And all of this would naturally and obviously hang together because of the hideous plans financed by this hideous Jew figure. Okay, so against this order of hate in the past 2 years of the pandemic, okay, what we have seen is a heightened legislative activity, which is very successful. Now, successful in three different senses of the word. Not only successful in the sense that they have been passed by the 2/3 majority Fidesz Christian Democratic Parliament, because that's kind of like goes without saying, but it is also successful in the sense that in spite of all the hardships and ups and downs, and I mean especially now, what has emerged in the wake of the Russian occupation of Ukraine, okay, and what that entails economically across the globe, and especially in Europe, including Hungary. Nevertheless, the popularity of the government does not change, has not changed at all. So in that sense, what the government intends and does, not just intends, but does do, okay, meets, okay, this favorable response, okay, by approximately 3 million people who could vote, okay, just considering those who have got the right to vote, okay. And it is also, I would say, successful in the sense that it still comes across as something that is coherent, something that is not illogical, something that is not contradictory. And I would say that at the heart of this enhanced legislative success, as far as the epistemological success is concerned, what we have is a foundationalist biologization of sexuality. And the 4 specific laws, okay, that I need to single out is the sex at birth law that is usually referred to as Article 33, because that's its location in the Constitution, was passed only 2 days after the emergency governance was introduced in the country. And that is the law that actually implicates, although explicitly never mentions, okay, spaces, okay, other than Hungary. In other words, that was necessitated by a refugee, a political refugee who had to run away from the war in Syria in 2015, and he applied for a refugee status on the grounds of his trans identity. And he was granted a refugee status in spite of and against all odds, if you wish, in the country. But when it came to his application for an identification card, where he would want to have his sex changed according to his gender, then that was denied of him, saying that he that the legislation has a lack, and the Hungarian court can't decide favorably because he's not a Hungarian citizen. So the Constitution Court instructed the legislator to change the law accordingly. Now, instead of changing the law accordingly, the government took the opportunity and submitted a bill to the effect that nobody, Hungarian citizens included, should have the right to change their ID. They can go for even operation if you wish, but they cannot change their sex at birth in their ID card. Okay. Oh, the other one was in May 2020. Okay, when exceptionally the parliament decided to vote on a document that would invite, inverted commas, the government not to ratify the Istanbul Convention because that convention mentions gender in the document, and the government would refuse to acknowledge the value and the meaningfulness of the very concept of gender. Okay. Then came next year, June 21. I suppose that's kind of like close enough for everyone to remember. That's the so-called pedophile law, okay, that would reduce the meaning and conflate the meaning of non-heterosexuality or non-normative sexuality with pedophilia. And then the most recent one happened in September 2022, when the parliament, in the middle of all these political turmoils, okay, found it most appropriate to make abortion less accessible for women, okay, introducing a new condition. In other words, women can have abortion if and only if they have been forced to listen to the so-called heartbeat of the fetus. Okay. And I don't want to go into the details like when do you hear anything and what it is that you hear. Okay, I'm just talking about this restriction of abortion in itself now. What is interesting also to note is that all these legislative acts were introduced by Christian Democrat members of parliament, like underscoring this obsession with the imaginary Christian values. Okay. Now, what I'm asking is like what to do against such a powerful, really powerful discourse of hate, and how to challenge, okay, all these legislative acts, which all are attacks in different ways against, okay, anyone who would not fall in line with the heteropatriarchal understanding of gender relations. And what I'm saying is that what we should not do necessarily is to start fighting amongst ourselves, between and across different feminist activists or scholarly understandings of what we do in the name of feminist criticism. And I say this on several grounds. First of all, I say this because the meaning of gender as defined by the dominant discourse, okay, is through the government's means and in different institutions of state power. We cannot wield that power. We cannot start by saying, oh, but that's not the right meaning of gender, right? And I also say that we can't start and say that's not the right meaning of gender, and we should sort of like flag the right meaning of gender against the official understanding of gender, because we cannot want internally, okay, to start this spectatorial sports, okay, where all the government needs to do is just like lay back and see like how we are getting at each other. But we would have to find a space where multiple meanings of gender, if you wish, multiple plots of the right meanings, okay, of gender can exist. And that is a point where we have to give up. And that's the only epistemological condition that we need to accept, is that we have to give up an absolute sexual difference of biological nature that the so-called radical feminists, who self-identify as radical feminists, who were also mentioned by Olga, interesting, okay, would oppose. So, and how their logic works, and this is my last move, okay, I would like to start with an actual quote, actually, from a blog post. So the radical feminist argument would go like, trans activism, in their understanding, I would add, is respectable bigotry against women's interest by appropriating women's history and identity. To be woman is not to have a penis at birth. I am not cis, but woman, okay? And this blog post was there only 2 days after the submission of the sex at birth modification of the law. And I'm arguing now is that actually to stand up and say that I am not cis, but I am woman, okay, to me is very similar to what Michael Kimmel would call the angry white man's upset, okay, in the face of seeing, okay, losing their entitlements. And in a way, that's how I see heterosexual feminist women, okay, in the progressive feminist group, or from that perspective, denying the relevance of the concept of cisness. And instead of that, what I am suggesting here is that what we need to understand, what keeps the one plot in its place, and what validates and makes common sense the absolute sexual difference, the understanding of sexual difference as absolute, is the biologization of sexuality. In other words, hegemonic masculinity turns on the naturalization of cisness. And this is something, okay, that can be problematized. For instance, if we go along with Connell's recent work, who would argue for the plurality, not just of masculinities, but the plurality of hegemonic masculinity itself, which is an act of decolonizing the academic concept of hegemonic masculinity through margin becoming the center. So something that is marginalized by the argument that, oh, trans people are not relevant because they are only 1.5% of whatever cases, okay? That is when we are challenging it by making the margin into the center in order to understand something about the logic of the center, which is the critical move I was trying to argue at the beginning. So in other words, to understand masculinity, as a configuration of practices. And in that case, if we are able to see that our inverted commas enemy is in place and is in power as long as cisness can hang on to its sexuality grounded in cisness, okay? If we are able to see that as our condition of starting a dialogue, okay, then we can also start to understand that so-called sisterhood, okay, or I would rather talk about solidarity and alliance, can be mobilized not through the affect of hate, okay, which is there voiced by that quote from the trans exclusionary radical feminist disposition, but as space that is mobilized by the affect of trust, where trust, okay, as a form of affect is also understood going on or according to Sarah Ahmed's The Cultural Politics of Emotion, is an act in the sense that emotions do things, okay? And once we understand that emotions do things, okay, then we can also say that insofar as it is an activity, it's an enactment, an act, and it is also to be seen, as Claire Hemmings would say, as an act that is intertwined out of pleasure and discontent. In other words, solidarity begins from experiences of discomfort without generalizing these as shared by all subjects or as the basis of transcendence of difference. In other words, this is a dialectic understanding of trust, where what we can say is that I trust you, not just because I know we agree, if you wish, because we are similar, we are the same, but I also trust you because I know that even if I understand that we are different, I know that we can disagree on certain things. That's why I say that provided we are able to see that hegemonic masculinity hinges on its cisness for the entitlement to power. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for your presentation. And sorry to hear about the accident, but glad that you could still join us online.
Thank you.
I think we have space for just one question. We ran a bit over time.
I'm sorry.
But that's fine. But we do have time for one question. Yes, Deirdre.
Elizabeth, thank you. That was a great presentation. And it put me in mind of some of the problems that beset Africa. Africa is not a country discussion, that where people think, okay, yeah, Africans, this is what Africans experience and so on. And Adichie's little pamphlet, The Danger of a Single Story, is very important. And I think your presentation has shown how single stories can have material damaging effects upon bodies, actually. And yeah, just thank you for that. Really appreciated it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your comment, and thanks again, Elizabeth, for your presentation.
Thank you.
So we have our final presenter in this session, Dina Bolokan, who's from Gender Studies at the Graduate School of Social Sciences at the University of Basel. Over to you, Dina.
Hello, everybody. Do you hear me?
We do hear you well.